Chapter 2996. Time passed by slowly. 15 minutes later, Jin Yuan's body finally trembled. Many people's hearts also skipped a beat. Would Jin Yuan be able to pass? The next moment, everyone knew the answer. A powerful aura erupted from Jin Yuan's body again. He stood straight and did not retreat. However, his face was a little pale. He stepped forward and continued to walk inside. He passed. He really passed the gate of heaven. This is amazing. Jin Yuan is probably one of the strongest prodigies who entered Star Moon Ancient City this time, right? Indeed. A half-step godly king who has awakened the origin divine power factor is almost invincible among those below the godly king realm. Many people looked at Jin Yuan with fear in their eyes. Those who had not awakened the origin divine power factor would not be able to withstand a single attack from Jin Yuan unless they had some terrifying secret technique. Finally, Jin Yuan stepped into the passage and turned to look at them. He also wanted to see if anyone else could pass the gate of heaven. Jin Yuan, you're not bad. Let me try. At that moment, another young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a beast skin coat and looked like a tycoon. However, no one dared to underestimate him. This was because the aura that he exuded was extremely terrifying. It was filled with an ancient aura that was quite similar to Jin Yuan's aura. Origin divine power factor. Many people were shocked. This person was also a peerless prodigy who had awakened the origin divine power factor. The origin divine power factor was the divine power controlled by the primordial divine spirit. Therefore, once the origin divine power factor was awakened, it would naturally exude an ancient aura. This time, two people had awakened the origin divine power factor. This person was very direct and stepped into the gate of heaven. Halfway through, he stopped. A moment later, he came to his senses and successfully passed the gate of heaven. He used about the same time as Jin Xing. Their gazes collided, causing sparks to fly. However, the crowd's shock did not stop. This was because two more prodigies stepped out in succession and walked toward the gate of heaven. Moreover, they both passed the gate of heaven. They had all awakened the origin divine power factor. This batch is not bad. There are actually 4 people below the godly king realm who have awakened the origin divine power factor. Bai Li smiled. To be able to awaken the origin divine power factor while below the divine king level, one's future was limitless. Brother Lu, we're going too. Wu Ming and Wu Yu said. Then, they went up together with the other geniuses of the Wu family. In the end, Wu Ming and Wu Yu were injured and finally passed through the human gate. As for the Wu family, a prodigy had passed the earth gate. Autumn Moon, let's go too. Which door do you want to go through? Lu Ming asked Mid-Autumn Moon. Young master, I want to try the gate of heaven. Autumn Moon blinked and looked curiously at the divine gate. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming smiled. Although the heavenly gate was dangerous, he believed in the Mid-Autumn Moon. If Jin Yuan and the others could pass, he did not believe that Autumn Moon could not pass as well. Although Autumn Moon had not awakened her origin divine power factor, she had awakened the 9 orifices sacred heart. It was only a first heaven divine power factor of origin. His talent could not be compared to the 9 orifices sacred heart. Young master, I'll go and wait for you. Qiu Yu smiled and floated out. What a beautiful lady. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw Autumn Moon. However, their eyes widened the next moment. Autumn Moon was walking towards the heavenly gate. She wants to enter the heavenly gate. Someone exclaimed and stuttered. Even Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and the others were shocked. Miss Autumn Moon, please don't. This gate is very dangerous. Wu Ming could not help but shout. Yes, Mississippi. This is not a joke. It's life-threatening. Be careful. The others also spoke. It would be a pity if such a beautiful lady like Autumn Moon were to die. Thank you, everyone. However, I want to give it a try. Autumn Moon smiled and continued to walk into the heavenly gate. Her aura also spread out. Second level heavenly god. Her cultivation is only at second level heavenly god. With such a low cultivation, it's impossible for her to awaken the origin divine force factor. What a pity. Many people sighed. They thought that Xiao Yu was most likely going to die. Soon, Autumn Moon came to the middle of the heavenly gate. Then, she stopped and remained motionless. Everyone watched attentively. Although many people thought that it was impossible for Autumn Moon to pass, they also hoped that Autumn Moon would pass. After all, it was a pity for such a beautiful lady to die here. Time passed slowly. About 5 minutes had passed. Look, she moved. How is it? Something's not right. Someone exclaimed. Because at this moment, Autumn Moon moved. However, she was not blasted out as expected. Instead, she stood there steadily. Could it be that she passed? Impossible, right? But at the next moment, they had to accept this fact because Autumn Moon turned around and smiled at Lu Ming, saying, "Young master, I'll go first." After saying that, she floated forward and landed on the passage. She really passed. How was that possible? A second-level celestial god who had not awakened the divine origin power factor could actually pass through the heavenly gate. How terrifying was her talent! Many young men's eyes were shining with a burning light. With such talent and such a beautiful appearance, many people's hearts began to burn. If they could get such a beauty as their wife, how awesome would that be? Wait a minute. Then, many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Just now, Autumn Moon called Lu Ming young master. Such a beautiful and talented person was actually someone else's maid. What does this kid do? I'll find a chance to teach this kid a lesson. Many people snorted in their hearts and began to think of some ideas. Lu Ming naturally noticed those gazes, but he ignored them and said, "Autumn Moon, I'll be right there." After saying that, Lu Ming stepped out. The door that he walked towards was naturally the heavenly gate. What? This kid also passed through the heavenly gate? No way, does he think that the heavenly gate is that easy to pass? I don't believe that he can pass through the heavenly gate. Many people whispered and stared at Lu Ming. Many people could see that his cultivation was at the 4th level celestial god realm. It was already a miracle that Autumn Moon could pass through. They didn't believe that Lu Ming could pass through as well. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming, including Jin Xing, Jin Yuan, and some of the geniuses of the Qin family. I hope this kid dies in the heavenly gate. A genius of the Qin family sneered. If Lu Ming died in the heavenly gate, they wouldn't have to make a move. Bai Li's gaze also fell on Lu Ming. He was extremely curious. Previously, when Autumn Moon passed through the heavenly gate, he was already very surprised. Could Lu Ming pass through? Chapter 2997. Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face as he walked into the gate of heaven unhurriedly. Soon, he arrived in the middle of the gate of heaven. As soon as he arrived in the middle of the gate of heaven, Lu Ming felt a force shrouding him. This force was irresistible and ancient. It shrouded Lu Ming's body, making him unable to move. Then, Lu Ming felt his vision go dark. The next moment, he appeared on a platform. "This is my spirit." Lu Ming was stunned. He knew that his physical body must still be outside. What appeared here was his spirit will. Next, there must be a test waiting for him. Sure enough, a figure appeared in front of him. The figure's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. It was like a human's shadow. Whoosh! The shadow moved. There was a long sword in his hand. He stabbed at Lu Ming as fast as lightning. Sky Piercer. Lu Ming's mind moved. A long spear condensed in his hand and he stabbed it out. Boom! The long spear and the sword shadow collided. Lu Ming felt a terrifying sword chi rushing toward him. The long spear in his hand instantly collapsed. His body was pushed back and was almost pierced by the sword. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Although he had attacked in a hurry and did not activate the battle character art, with his current divine power, a casual strike from his spear could kill an enemy that was several levels higher than him. However, the result was that he was pushed back. It wasn't hard to imagine how others could pass this place. Ordinary skyprides would only be killed in seconds. Whoosh! Since the shadow did not manage to hit Lu Ming, it continued to attack at an alarming speed. Streaks of sword shadows charged toward Lu Ming. Double combat strength. With a thought, he triggered the battle formula to double combat strength. Suddenly, his body was filled with power. It really works. I can trigger the battle formula just by using my spirit will. Lu Ming himself was also taken aback. He was just trying it out. He didn't expect it to work. After triggering the double combat strength, Lu Ming's combat strength skyrocketed. The long spear swept out. Bang! 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 After activating the battle character art, Lu Ming's battle prowess was completely above his opponent's. His spear light crushed his opponent's sword images. In the end, the long spear struck the shadow's body. The shadow's body directly exploded and turned into an illusion. There should be more. Lu Ming muttered. He did not believe that he could pass through the gate of heaven so easily. Sure enough, in the next moment, 3 shadows appeared in front of him and charged towards Lu Ming. However, even the 3 shadows were no match for the current Lu Ming. Moon slaying, Lu Ming displayed the second style of the indestructible 3 strikes. A crescent-shaped spear light swept out and destroyed a shadow. Soon, the 3 shadows were all killed. However, that was not the end. After the 3 shadows disappeared, another 9 shadows appeared. The 9 shadows worked together to lay down a large formation, and the power of the formation increased by many times. Streaks of terrifying sword shadows slashed towards Lu Ming with terrifying power. There was no doubt that if Lu Ming was really hit by the sword shadows, his body would also be seriously injured. In the beginning, when a person stepped into the gate of heaven, he died with a blood mark between his eyebrows and his soul destroyed. Most likely, he suffered such an attack. This made Lu Ming feel a little pressured. Quadruple battle prowess. Lu Ming did not bother to delay and directly activated the battle character art to quadruple his battle prowess. After quadrupling his battle prowess, Lu Ming naturally defeated his opponent in a crushing manner. Under the pressure of the long spear, the shadows kept exploding and finally disappeared. Is it over? It can't be so fast. Lu Ming whispered. Sure enough, it was not that simple. In the next moment, 18 shadows appeared and formed a large formation, charging towards Lu Ming. Should I try the ancient god body? Forget it, it's better to keep a low profile. Lu Ming thought about it and decided not to use the ancient god body. After using the ancient god body, he would definitely be crushed again. If this was the last round, then the time Lu Ming used was too short. It had only been a little more than a minute since he entered the gate of heaven. Previously, Jin Yuan and the others took 15 minutes. Autumn Moon also took 5 minutes. If he finished it in a minute, it would be too shocking. Therefore, he was entangled with the 18 shadows. Even the large formation formed by the 18 shadows was no match for Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming dealt with it easily. Almost 5 minutes had passed. Lu Ming's spear suddenly changed and its power increased sharply. Boom! The spear light pressed down like a mountain and destroyed the opponent's large formation. Then, he attacked continuously and killed all 18 shadows. There should be no more. Lu Ming muttered. If there were more, he did not believe that Jin Yuan and the others could pass. As expected, after the shadows disappeared this time, a force appeared. Lu Ming's vision turned black again. The next moment, when he opened his eyes, he found that he was still standing in the middle of the gate of heaven. It's not that difficult. Lu Ming stretched and smiled at Autumn Moon. Then, he stepped forward, passed through the gate of heaven, and walked to Autumn Moon's side. Passed. Many people were dumbfounded and completely stunned. Autumn Moon had passed, and now, Lu Ming had passed. One was a level 2 celestial god, and the other was a level 4 celestial god. What was going on? Were their talents really that terrifying? Humph. The people of the Qin family, Jin Xing, and the others looked gloomy. This time, it's amazing. Bai Li's eyes lit up as he glanced at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. He knew the difficulty of the gate of heaven better than the others. Those who could pass without awakening the origin divine power factor were unimaginably talented. It was rare to meet such geniuses, but now, there were two of them at the same time. Amazing. Wu Ming, Wu Yu, and a few other people of the Wu family were amazed. I don't believe it. Is the difficulty of the gate of heaven lowered this time? At this moment, someone shouted. A young man in a yellow robe stepped forward. Lowered? Many people were stunned. That's right. I suspect that the difficulty of the gate of heaven has lowered this time. Otherwise, how could so many people pass? Even two level 2 and level 4 heavenly gods who have not awakened the origin divine power factor can pass. I don't believe it. The young man in the yellow robe said. But someone tried it before and was killed in an instant. Someone questioned. That's because that person is too useless. The young man in the yellow robe said. Humph, if you think the difficulty has lowered, then you can give it a try. Jin Yuan snorted coldly. The young man in the yellow robe said that the difficulty of the gate of heaven had lowered. Wasn't that doubting his talent? Of course, he was unhappy. That's what I want. I'm going to give it a try. The young man in the yellow robe said. After saying that, he walked toward the gate of heaven. The aura on his body bloomed, and a powerful pressure spread in all directions. This person was also a half-step divine king. Only 80% of the origin divine power factor has been awakened. Jin Yuan snorted coldly. Chapter 2998. The young man in yellow robes released his divine power. Jin Yuan could tell that the young man's divine power had been awakened to about 80% of his divine power. If even the two of them can pass, it means that I've awakened 80% of my divine power. That's enough. The young man in yellow robes said coldly. Then, he stepped forward and stepped into the gate of heaven. However, when he stepped into the gate of heaven, his expression became serious. Although he said that the difficulty of the gate of heaven had been reduced, he did not dare to relax at all. He was fully alert. When he was halfway to the heavenly gate, he was like Lu Ming previously. His body froze and he did not move. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man in yellow robes. If he could pass the gate of heaven, it meant that the difficulty of the gate of heaven had indeed been reduced. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the young man in yellow robes trembled. How is it? Everyone's hearts trembled. Then, the young man in yellow robes screamed. His body flew out of the gate of heaven as if he had been hit by a giant beast. He crashed to the ground and vomited blood. His aura was extremely weak. Everyone saw that there was a crack between the young man's eyebrows. Blood was flowing out continuously. The yellow-robed young man's eyes were filled with terror. He had almost died. It was obvious that the young man in yellow robes had failed. He had failed miserably and had almost died. The difficulty of the gate of heaven has not been reduced at all. Someone whispered. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze returned to Lu Ming and Xiao Yu. The difficulty of the gate of heaven had not been reduced. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had each taken 5 minutes to pass. It was obvious that both of them were terrifyingly talented. In particular, Jin Xing, Jin Yuan, and the other prodigies who had passed the gate of heaven looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Everyone, we'll leave it to you to enter Xingyue Ancient City. Lu Ming must die in Xingyue Ancient City. At that moment, a few prodigies from the Qin family secretly transmitted their voices to the other prodigies. He transmitted his voice to a few prodigies from a few families who were on good terms with the Qin family. Don't worry. As long as we meet him in Xingyue ancient city, we won't let him come out alive. Those prodigies replied. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned to look in the direction of the Qin family prodigy. Just now, he had felt many murderous intents landing on him. It seems that in addition to the Jin family and the Qin family, there are other geniuses who want to kill me. A cold smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. If they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed by him. Then, someone else chose to enter through the gate. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming watched for a while and lost interest. He pulled Autumn Moon's hand and walked towards the tunnel. Yeah, let's go too. Most of the experts have already made their moves. There's nothing much to see next. It's boring to watch people crawl through dog doors. Let's go. As soon as Lu Ming and Autumn Moon left, the others couldn't sit still any longer. One after another, they walked into the tunnel. Inside the passageway was not Star Moon Ancient City, but a door of light. A portal. It seems that this is the gate that leads to the inner part of Star Moon Ancient City. Lu Ming smiled and then stepped into the door of light with Autumn Moon. Then, the others stepped into the door of light and disappeared. After most of the people had entered the door of light, those outside also moved. Some of them blushed and crawled through the door of dog doors. Then, they lowered their heads and ran into the door of light. Half a day later, everyone had entered the door of light. Only Bai Li was left outside. The prodigies of the 4 heavenly kings have gathered. This time, I hope that they won't lose too much. I also hope that they will gain something. Bai Li muttered to himself and sat down cross-legged outside the room. He had to wait here for 10 years. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the door of light, he felt as if he was traveling through the void. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself in a canyon. Lu Ming frowned because he realized that Autumn Moon was not beside him. Lu Ming rose into the air and looked around. In the end, he realized that he was in a primitive forest. There was no sign of Autumn Moon. I've miscalculated. It turns out that entering Star Moon Ancient City is a random teleportation. Lu Ming whispered and could not help but worry. Among the prodigies who had entered Star Moon Ancient City, Autumn Moon's cultivation was the weakest. He was only a level 2 heavenly god. If he encountered someone with evil intentions, he would be in danger. Autumn Moon is also a person with great fortune. He should be fine. Lu Ming comforted himself. He took out his voice transmission jade talisman and realized that it could not be used. I'd better cultivate while looking for Autumn Moon. Lu Ming pondered for a while and then looked around. In the end, he realized that he had no idea where he was. He was surrounded by a primitive forest. I didn't expect that there would be a primitive forest in Star Moon Ancient City. Lu Ming mumbled. He then chose a direction and flew forward. The primitive forest was dense with divine aura. However, he did not find any living creatures. He did not find any divine beasts or desolate beasts. It was dead silent. After flying for a few hours, Lu Ming was still in the primitive forest. I'm so unlucky to be teleported to the wilderness as soon as I entered. Lu Ming curled his lips. In the end, he performed the 9 heavens Kuan Peng technique and transformed into a Kuan Peng to roam the 9 heavens. Just like that, Lu Ming flew for a day before he finally flew out of this primitive forest and saw the buildings. In front of him, there were many palaces built on top of a mountain. After flying in, he realized that these palaces were very dilapidated. Only ruins were left. However, these were the remains of the early heavenly palace era. Lu Ming was very curious and decided to go in and take a look. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud explosion from the ruins. Divine power surged and gravel flew everywhere. Then, 2 figures flew out from the ruins and engaged in an intense battle in the air. It was obvious that the two of them were the supreme talents of the starry camp and they were fighting fiercely. However, when they saw Lu Ming, they were all shocked and retreated one after another. It's him. When the two of them saw Lu Ming, they recognized Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming had passed the heavenly gate. The supreme talents of the starry camp remembered Lu Ming. It's this kid. Previously, the Qin family asked the Sun family to help them kill this kid. Looks like I'm lucky to have met this kid. Furthermore, this person's talent is so high. He might have a great opportunity on him. If I kill him, his opportunity will be mine. One of the young men with a big nose had a murderous look in his eyes. At the same time, there was greed in his eyes. Wang Tong, let's forget about today's matter. You can leave now. I won't be calculative with you. At the thought of this, the young man with a big nose looked at the person who had just fought with him and said. Chapter 2999. The big-nosed young man asked the person who was fighting with him to leave. The person smirked, but chose to leave in the end. His strength was slightly weaker than the big-nosed young man. If the battle dragged on, he would not stand a chance. He glanced at Lu Ming with a smirk, before turning into a ray of light and leaving the place. As soon as the young man left, the big-nosed young man appeared beside Lu Ming with a flicker. A wisp of aura locked onto Lu Ming. Are you trying to kill me? Lu Ming said calmly with a spurious smile on his face. You're not stupid either. The big-nosed young man's eyes turned cold. A powerful aura burst out from his body, covering the area within 10,000 li. The big-nosed young man was a 9th-layer heaven god realm cultivator. His god force had also awakened to a certain extent, but it was less than 50%. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think I've offended you. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Jin clan or Qin clan? Lu Ming asked. Why are you asking so many questions when you're about to die? The big-nosed young man smirked. Oh, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. It's either the Jin clan or the Qin clan. Speaking of which, I don't think you're well informed. Are you sure you can kill me? Lu Ming said with a smile. The big-nosed young man most likely did not know he had defeated Ling Ying. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. What do you mean? The big-nosed young man was startled. I mean, I'll send you on your way now. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard. Following it, Lu Ming stepped forward. His body expanded rapidly, transforming into the flesh of the ancient god. Meanwhile, the battle character art was activated, which amplified his strength by 4 times. A ferocious aura surged in the direction of the big-nosed young man. This aura, impossible. The big-nosed young man was astounded when he sensed Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming's aura made his heart tremble. Bang! Lu Ming attacked. A giant spear glow was fired at the big-nosed young man. Path of War! Roared the big-nosed young man. A long spear appeared in his hand, which he waved through the air, causing numerous war chariots to appear. There were even warriors on the war chariots. The war chariot rumbled towards Lu Ming. The big-nosed young man came from the Sun family, a great family in the 9-extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The secret skill was unique to the Sun family and its power was shocking. However, when Lu Ming's spear light pressed down, the chariots collapsed one by one. Following this, all the chariots shattered into pieces. Boom! Under the pressure of the spear, the big-nosed young man was forced to retreat while vomiting blood. How is that possible? How can he be so strong? The big-nosed young man roared in his heart. Indeed, he didn't know that Lu Ming had defeated Ling Ying. Therefore, he assumed that Lu Ming was merely a 4th-level heavenly god. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't be that strong. Never would he have thought that he would be severely injured in just one move. Run! The big-nosed young man immediately turned around and ran. It's too late to run now. Lu Ming's cold voice appeared. He executed the 9 heavens Kunpeng art, summoning a Kunpeng. With a flap of its wings, Lu Ming immediately chased after the big-nosed young man. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, firing a spear glow at the big-nosed young man at a shocking pace. The big-nosed young man let out a furious roar when he realized that he had no chance of running away. He swung his spear to defend himself. However, he was knocked flying once again. He flew for a few thousand li. His arm was torn apart, resulting in a serious injury. The big-nosed young man's strength was on par with Leng Ying's. Previously, when Lu Ming was fighting Leng Ying, he still had to put in some effort. However, now that Lu Ming was circulating 7 different kinds of God force in his body, even though most of his God force had yet to reach its peak, his strength had improved significantly. He could easily crush Leng Ying. Lu Ming, if you dare to kill me, the Sun family won't forgive you. The big-nosed young man yelled. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with his opponent. He launched a barrage of attacks. The big-nosed young man barely managed to block a few more moves before his head was struck by Lu Ming's spear, killing him instantly. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept the big-nosed young man's storage ring. His figure flashed as he rushed toward the ruins on the mountain peak. It was unknown how many years had passed since the collapse of the ruins. It was conceivable that there must have been a great array around the mountain in the distant past. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the ruins to still exist after such a long time had passed. Most likely, nothing was left of the ruins. Lu Ming looked around and was slightly disappointed as he did not find anything. Lu Ming did not linger. He soared into the sky and left the place. In the following day, Lu Ming did not find anything. That's. On this day, Lu Ming was flying when he suddenly felt something strange ahead. He could vaguely feel a pressure coming from ahead. In Xingyue ancient city, he could not let go of any abnormalities. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he flew forward. Not long after, Lu Ming made a discovery. There was a statue standing in a wide area in front of him. The statue was very huge, at least 100 miles tall, and it stood in the clouds. However, this statue was headless, with only the lower half of its body standing on the ground. The pressure was coming from the statue. The closer he got to the statue, the greater the pressure. Lu Ming's body was pressed down, making it difficult for him to circulate the divine power in his body. It was as if he was carrying 1,000 pounds of shackles. Lu Ming saw that there were a few figures around the statue. Some of them were approaching the statue, while others were standing still with their bodies trembling slightly as if they were resisting the pressure of the statue. They are using the pressure of the statue to polish their foundation. Lu Ming immediately guessed the intention of those people. His eyes also lit up. Previously on the Demon Capital Mountain, in order to resist the formation set up by the 3 demon masters and more than 2,500 demon capital guards, he had forcibly absorbed the energy of the star core to break through to the next level. Although he had successfully broken through to the 4th layer Heaven God realm, it had also brought him a hidden danger, which was the instability of his foundation. If his foundation was unstable, even if the divine power in his body was full, it would be difficult for him to break through to the next level. He would have to spend a lot of time to polish his foundation. Meanwhile, the statue was emitting a terrifying pressure, which Lu Ming could use to polish his foundation. Lu Ming stepped forward and landed 1,000 miles away from the statue. He then stepped forward and walked toward the statue. As Lu Ming approached the statue, the pressure he felt increased. It was as if he was carrying a godly mountain on his back. It was the same for his divine power. It was getting harder and harder to circulate it. Lu Ming was overjoyed instead of being shocked. He needed this kind of pressure, the kind that was applied to his divine power. However, the pressure is not enough. Lu Ming murmured as he continued to move forward. Soon, he had surpassed the 2 young men. Chapter 3000. It's him. The 2 young men glanced at Lu Ming. It was obvious that they recognized Lu Ming. However, they only took a quick glance at the statue before continuing with their cultivation. Not enough, keep going. Lu Ming continued to move closer to the statue. Soon, Lu Ming was 100 li away from the statue. At this distance, the pressure from the statue had reached a shocking level. Lu Ming's body began to tremble. He could feel the God force in his body struggling to circulate. Alright, this is the place. Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes and began to execute the Universe Tao technique to strengthen his foundation. The cultivation lasted for half a year. In the beginning, it was extremely difficult to circulate the God force. It would take him a few days to complete a cycle, but now, Lu Ming was able to complete a cycle within an hour. It was 10 times more comfortable than before. This pressure is indeed a good place to strengthen my foundation. At this moment, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. In just half a year, Lu Ming could feel that his foundation was extremely sturdy. It would take him at least a few hundred years to achieve this outside. It did save me a lot of time, but I've spent half a year here. It's time to leave. Lu Ming pondered. He had no idea how the Star Crescent ancient city was doing in half a year. Lu Ming rose to his feet and left the statue. When he was 1,000 li away from the statue, the God force in his body began to circulate at a shocking pace. It's so pure and smooth. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His foundation was even sturdier than before. He was able to circulate the God force smoothly without any hindrance. Now, once the God force in his body was replenished, he could attempt to rank up to the 5th layer Heaven God realm. The past half a year has been worth it. Lu Ming smiled. He rose into the sky and planned to leave the place. However, at that instant, a few rays of light sprang out from the ground not far away. They came from different directions and surrounded Lu Ming. "Kid, you've finally come out," one of them said coldly. "The people of the Qin clan." Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. These young men were all from the Qin clan. The Qin clan members all had a scale between their eyebrows, making them easy to recognize. It was obvious that the Qin clan's people had been waiting here for a long time. They were waiting for Lu Ming to leave the area where the statue was so that they could attack him. This was because Lu Ming had been under tremendous pressure from the statue. It was inconvenient for them to make a move. "Brat, we have wasted a few months because of you. We want you to know that there is only one consequence for killing a member of the Qin clan." A young man from the Qin family exuded a powerful aura. Half-step divine king realm. Moreover, this person's body faintly emitted an ancient and desolate aura. Although this person had not awakened the origin divine power factor, the degree of awakening was not low. His strength was definitely extremely shocking. For the time being, Lu Ming was still no match for such a prodigy. Furthermore, the Qin clan had more than one genius of such caliber. There were 2 of them. On top of that, there were 2 other 9th layer Heaven God realm geniuses. The 4 of them surrounded Lu Ming. "Qin Wuyo, you're just courting death," Lu Ming said coldly. At the same time, his eyes darted around, trying to find a way to escape. Fighting head-on would definitely not work. The other party's strength was above his. Fighting head-on would be foolish. Escaping was the best option. "Who do you think you are? You're just a piece of trash from the Qin Tian star field. The Qin clan's people can kill you whenever they want to. You can only wait to be killed. Do you understand?" A young man from the Qin clan said coldly, looking high and mighty. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was too lazy to reply. There was nothing to say to such a person. "Kill!" Suddenly, Lu Ming roared and punched out continuously. 7 nine-clawed dragon roared and flew out, pouncing towards a half-step divine king realm expert from the Qin clan. "You're overestimating yourself," the young man from the Qin clan shouted coldly. His body shook and violent divine power gushed out. Then, he punched out, and a huge fist print rushed out, shaking the void. Lu Ming's 7 nine-clawed dragon collapsed one after another. The young man looked arrogant. Just as he was about to say something to show off, he saw Lu Ming's actions and shouted, watch out. It turned out that Lu Ming did not continue to attack him. Lu Ming's attack was just a facade. After Lu Ming attacked, he retreated rapidly and rushed towards a 9th-level Heavenly God Realm expert. At the same time, his body swelled rapidly and turned into an ancient God Realm expert. Lu Ming's goal was to escape. Boom! Lu Ming shot out his spear towards the 9th-level Heavenly God Realm expert from the Qin clan. 7 injuries Divine Fist. The young man reacted and threw out a punch. A huge fist print blasted towards Lu Ming. However, a 9th-level Heavenly God Realm expert who had not awakened his divine power origin was no match for Lu Ming. The spear light blasted past and the fist print shattered. The young man from the Qin clan retreated rapidly and coughed out blood. Lu Ming dashed over and cast the 9 Heavens Kunpeng technique, dashing forward. Stay here. The other half-step Divine King Realm expert from the Qin clan saw Lu Ming's attack and attacked too. A fist print rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was about to fly forward but he was a step too slow and the fist landed on his body. Bang! Lu Ming's body shook violently and he staggered, almost falling down. Green scales flew off his back and a huge hole was blasted open by the fist print. Fresh blood flowed out. I'll remember this. Lu Ming roared furiously. He endured the pain and continued to fly. Chase! The 4 young men from the Qin clan chased after Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, both parties had disappeared. The 2 parties flew out a few 100,000 miles in the blink of an eye. The 2 9th-level Heavenly God Realm experts from the Qin clan could not keep up with their speed and fell behind. However, the 2 half-step Divine King Realm experts of the Qin clan were slowly closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. Damn it! Lu Ming's face darkened. He had just taken a blow from a half-step God King from the Qin family and was injured. He was not in his best condition. Otherwise, he might be able to escape if he used the 9 Heavens Kunpeng technique. However, his speed was now slightly behind his opponent. Kid, you can't escape. One of the young men from the Qin clan shouted coldly with killing intent. Lu Ming did not say anything and continued to fly. Soon, the distance between both parties was even closer. 7 injuries Divine Fist. One of the young men from the Qin clan attacked with a punch. This young man from the Qin clan had probably awakened his divine force to 60% or even 70%. His attack was terrifyingly powerful with his half-step Divine King Realm cultivation. The space whistled as the terrifying fist energy approached Lu Ming. Moon slashing. Lu Ming turned around and struck out with his long spear. A crescent-shaped spear light burst out and rushed towards the incoming fist print. Chapter 3001. Lu Ming slashed out a crescent-shaped spear light, clashing with the Qin clan's genius fist. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. The crescent-shaped spear light shook violently before it shattered. A powerful force rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled as he retreated rapidly. His blood and qi churned within his body, causing him to almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The divine energy of a half-step Divine King was already extremely dense. In addition, he had awakened 60 to 70% of his divine energy. The power was too terrifying. Even Lu Ming, who had gathered 7 types of divine energy, couldn't withstand it. However, the young man from the Qin clan was even more shocked. What's going on with this kid? He's a 4th-level heavenly god. What a monster. Moreover, his divine energy feels mixed and impure. Why is it so powerful? The young man from the Qin clan was puzzled. He could clearly feel that Lu Ming's divine energy was mixed and impure. It seemed to be caused by an unstable foundation. However, its power was shockingly strong. A 4th-level heavenly god who hadn't awakened his divine energy was almost on par with his divine energy. He would never have thought that Lu Ming's divine energy wasn't mixed and impure. Instead, it contains 7 different types of divine energy. After exchanging a blow, Lu Ming turned around and continued flying. You can't escape. The two young men from the Qin clan continued to chase after him. At this moment, Lu Ming saw a mountain peak in front of him. There were a few young men on the peak who seemed to be resting. They are the geniuses of the Wu clan. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Those young men on the peak were obviously the geniuses of the Wu clan. Lu Ming saw Wu Ming and Wu Yu among them. At this moment, Wu Ming and Wu Yu also saw Lu Ming. This ancient god body. It's brother Lu Ming. He's from the Qin clan. Damn it. Brothers, attack. Wu Ming and Wu Yu immediately recognized Lu Ming and the geniuses of the Qin clan. Without thinking, they knew what was going on and immediately roared. Leave it to us. On the mountain peak, two sky prides of the Wu family soared into the sky and rushed towards the sky prides of the Qin family like two meteors. Two half-step divine kings working together to deal with a fourth-layer celestial god. Your Qin clan is truly shameless. Let us be your opponents. A young man from the Wu family sneered. He slashed out with his sword from far away. Whoosh! A sword light traversed a distance of several thousand miles and slashed towards a young man from the Qin family. The sword light was resplendent, and its might was astonishing. That Qin clan youth had no choice but to stop and block. Boom! He threw out a punch and blocked the sword light. His body also stopped. At the same time, another genius from the Wu clan made his move and blocked the other young man from the Qin clan. The two geniuses of the Qin clan were both blocked. This is a matter of the Qin clan. This man has killed a genius of the Qin clan. Does the Wu clan want to meddle in this? A young man from the Qin clan said coldly. So what if I'm a busybody? Lu Ming is a friend of my Wu family. If you want to kill him, it's the same as killing a member of my Wu family. A genius from the Wu clan said with a faint smile. In the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace, the Wu clan's strength was not any weaker than the Qin clan. There was no need for them to be afraid of the Qin clan. The two young men from the Qin clan looked displeased. The two geniuses from the Wu clan were not any weaker than them. One of them had even entered the Earth Gate. His talent was shocking, and his combat strength was stronger than them. They knew that with the help of the Wu clan, they would not be able to kill Lu Ming today. Humph, kid, consider yourself lucky. I hope you can keep going. The next time we meet, it'll be your death date. One of the young men from the Qin clan stared coldly at Lu Ming. That's what I want to say to you. The next time we meet, it'll be your death date. Lu Ming replied coldly. He would remember the grudge of being hunted down today. Hee, you think you can do that? One of the young men from the Qin clan laughed disdainfully and turned around to leave. Soon, the two young men from the Qin clan disappeared. Brother Lu, are you all right? Wu Yu and Wu Ming flew over. Lu Ming turned into a normal person and laughed. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get away. This time, if he did not meet the geniuses from the Wu clan, he would have to risk his life. The only way he could risk his life was to ignite his ancient god heart. After igniting his ancient god heart, he would definitely be able to kill the two geniuses from the Qin clan. However, the loss would be too great. It was not worth it to ignite his ancient god heart for two geniuses from the Qin clan. Brother Lu, you're too kind. Since we're friends, how could we sit back and do nothing? One of the geniuses from the Wu clan laughed. The other two geniuses from the Wu clan were called Wu Zixiong and Wu Su. Both of them were half-step divine kings. Wu Zixiong's talent was stronger. His divine force had awakened to 90%. He was not far from fully awakening his origin divine force factor. He had already passed the Earth Gate. Of course, from 90% to fully awakening one's origin divine force factor, it was extremely difficult to do so. 90% of them would be stuck and would not be able to make the final breakthrough. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. He did not need to express his gratitude. He would just keep it in his heart. Wait, something was wrong. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of a problem. Brothers Wu, how did all of you get together? Could it be that you were all teleported together? Lu Ming asked. No, we were separated when we teleported in. We only gathered together after we contacted each other through the voice transmission Jade Talisman. Wu Zixiong said. Voice transmission Jade Talisman? You mean the voice transmission Jade Talisman can be used here? Lu Ming quickly said. Of course it can be used. Why? Brother Lu, what's wrong? Wu Ming asked. Lu Ming's face darkened and his eyes flashed with worry. He had sent a voice transmission to Chiu Moon not long after he arrived. However, the voice transmission Jade Talisman could not be used. He thought the voice transmission Jade Talisman could not be used here. Lu Ming immediately took out the voice transmission Jade Talisman and sent a voice transmission to Chiu Moon. However, the result was the same. What's going on? Lu Ming's heart sank and his face became even uglier. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Wu Ming and the others also noticed that something was wrong and asked again. Why can't my voice transmission Jade Talisman send a message? Lu Ming told them about the voice transmission Jade Talisman he sent to Chiu Moon. Can't send a message. Brother Lu, please send a message for me. Wu Ming said. Lu Ming quickly sent a voice transmission to Wu Ming, but it was unimpeded. Lu Ming's face became even uglier. Could something really have happened to Chiu Moon? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Brother Lu, don't worry. The voice transmission Jade Talisman is indeed suppressed in Xingyue Ancient City. If the distance is too far, it's normal that it can't be transmitted. Moreover, if Miss Chiu Moon is in an isolated place, it's possible that the message can't be transmitted. Wu Zixiong comforted Lu Ming. Chapter 3002. Wu Zixiong comforted Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's heart was still heavy and he was worried. Let's hope that the mid-autumn moon will be blessed. Lu Ming could only comfort himself in this way. Brothers Wu, if we meet the mid-autumn moon in the future, can you help me take care of her? Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you're being too polite. That's for sure. I'll find some friends to inquire about the whereabouts of the mid-autumn moon. Wu Zixiong said. Thank you, Brother Wu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. By the way, Brother Lu, where are you going next? Wu Zixiong asked again. I heard that there are some forbidden areas in Xingyue Ancient City. Some of them are extremely cold places with extremely cold treasures. I'd like to try my luck there. Lu Ming said. Forbidden areas? Wu Zixiong's face froze slightly and he said, Brother Lu, some of the forbidden areas in Xingyue Ancient City are very dangerous. If you want to go there, you have to be careful. Thank you, Brother Wu. Lu Ming will be careful. Lu Ming said with a smile. Brother Lu, if you keep going north, you'll find a forbidden area of extreme cold. By the way, I have a simple map here. You may need it. After saying that, Wu Zixiong took out a map and handed it to Lu Ming. Map? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He opened it and took a look. There were some routes and some special places that had been marked out. There was a forbidden area north of here. It was called the Cold Underworld Forbidden Area. It was filled with cold underworld qi and was very dangerous. This map was drawn by the Wu family's geniuses when they entered Xingyue Ancient City. It's relatively simple, but it can be used. Wu Zixiong said. Since you gave me the map, you guys, Lu Ming hesitated. Ha, of course we have a backup. Wu Zixiong smiled. Lu Ming patted his head. He was worried about the mid-autumn moon and was a little absent-minded. He was really confused. How could the Wu family not have a backup of such a map? Then Lu Ming will take his leave. See you another day. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Take care. Wu Ming and the others also cupped their fists. Then, Lu Ming turned and left, heading north. A few hours later, Lu Ming found a secluded place and sat cross-legged. He swallowed a healing pill and began to heal his injuries. Previously, he had taken a blow from the Qin clan's paragon head-on and was severely injured. A few days later, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state. Then, he left this place and continued to head north. Star Moon Ancient City was like a world of its own. Lu Ming flew for several days before finally arriving at his destination, the frigid Nether Forbidden Land. The frigid Nether Forbidden Land was filled with frigid nether chi. It was said that someone had once obtained a treasure of extreme Een and extreme frost in the frigid Nether Forbidden Land. Lu Ming was looking for this kind of treasure to speed up the refinement of the stellar core. He wanted to fill up the 5 types of divine-grade divine power in his body as soon as possible and then break through to the next realm. Looking from afar, there was not a single blade of grass growing in the cold Nether Forbidden Land. There was only a gray mist drifting about. This gray mist was the frigid nether chi. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of light flew over from not far away. In the next instant, the light receded and a figure appeared in the sky. It was a woman. She was tall and had perfect curves. Her skin was whiter than snow, and she had a peerless face. What a beautiful woman! Even though Lu Ming had seen all kinds of beautiful women, and he even had peerless beauties like Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon by his side, he couldn't help but praise her in his heart. This woman's beauty was not inferior to Autumn Moon, Xian Yanqing, or Xian Yanjuan. At this moment, the beautiful woman also saw Lu Ming. "It's you. You're Lu Ming?" the beautiful woman asked. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, but it was filled with a faint chill. "That's right, I'm Lu Ming." Lu Ming nodded. "Very good." The beautiful woman nodded. Her body suddenly emitted a cold killing intent. "Then die!" the beautiful woman shouted. She took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, a terrifying sword radiance burst out from her hand and slashed towards Lu Ming. "Damn it," Lu Ming cursed. He didn't expect this beautiful woman to suddenly attack him. However, Lu Ming was already on guard when the beautiful woman emitted her killing intent. When she attacked, Lu Ming activated the battle character art to quadruple his combat strength. Lu Ming waved his long spear and swept it out. Clang! The sword radiance slashed onto Lu Ming's long spear, causing it to vibrate violently. Wisps of terrifying sword intent penetrated the long spear and rushed towards Lu Ming. Puff puff, sword wounds appeared on Lu Ming's arm and blood flowed out. On the other hand, Lu Ming retreated into the frigid Nether Forbidden Grounds. The moment he entered the frigid Nether Forbidden Grounds, he encountered the frigid Nether Chi. Lu Ming's body was instantly filled with coldness, causing Lu Ming to shudder. With a thought, Lu Ming summoned 9 ice chains and wrapped around Lu Ming's body, blocking the surrounding coldness. This woman is shockingly strong. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the beautiful woman. Her cultivation was at least at the half-step Divine King realm. Lu Ming had no idea how strong her divine power was. However, Lu Ming was certain that her strength was above the 2 half-step Divine King realm geniuses of the Qin clan. "I don't know you. Why do you want to kill me? Did the Jin clan or the Qin clan send you?" Lu Ming said coldly. He didn't know this woman, but she wanted to kill him the moment they met. There was only one explanation. The Jin clan or the Qin clan had sent her to kill him, just like the big-nosed youth. "What Jin clan or Qin clan? It has nothing to do with me. I'm the one who wants to kill you. Die!" the beautiful woman said coldly. Her aura grew stronger. She took a step forward and charged into the frigid Nether Forbidden Grounds. Another sword light shot out and slashed at Lu Ming. Ancient God Body. Lu Ming roared and used the Ancient God Body, turning into a green-armored ancient god. He waved his spear and a crescent-shaped spear light shot out, blocking the opponent's attack. You have some strength." The beautiful lady obviously did not expect Lu Ming to be able to block her attack. She was slightly stunned and her gaze turned colder. Boom! A terrifying aura surged from the beautiful woman's body. It was filled with a desolate and ancient aura. Nest, this is the origin divine force factor. This bitch has awakened the origin divine force factor. Lu Ming was shocked. A half-step divine king realm cultivator who had awakened the origin divine force factor was enough to pass the heavenly gate. Previously, there were 4 people in the Starry Sky camp who had revealed such a cultivation. Now, it seemed like there was someone else who had hidden their cultivation and strength. Perhaps, this woman had entered the Starry Moon ancient city after Lu Ming did. No matter what, this kind of strength wasn't something that Lu Ming could block. The difference in their battle strength was too great. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and turned around, rushing towards the depths of the frigid nether forbidden grounds. Chapter 3003. Lu Ming dashed into the cold nether forbidden land. He wanted to make use of the cold nether chi in the cold nether forbidden land to shake off the beautiful woman. However, the beautiful woman wanted to kill him and had no intention of letting him go. Lu Ming, die! The beautiful woman shouted. With a flash, she rushed into the cold underworld land and chased after Lu Ming. However, after the beautiful woman chased into the cold underworld land, her body paused slightly and her speed slowed down slightly. The dark frost chi is affecting him. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The icy underworld aura was extremely and cold. Its temperature was extremely low. Lu Ming had cultivated the Divine Sun Yin technique and had the Divine Sun Yin force in his body. Moreover, he had the ice chains to protect himself. Hence, he was able to withstand the icy underworld aura and was not affected by it. However, the beautiful woman's divine power had nothing to do with the dark frost chi, so she had to circulate her divine power to block the dark frost chi. Even so, the beautiful woman was still faster than Lu Ming and was closing the distance between her and Lu Ming. You can't escape. The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with killing intent as if she wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. What did the Jin family and Qin family give you to kill me? I can give you double the benefits. Lu Ming roared. What bullshit Jin family and Qin family? What right do they have to ask me to kill you? The beautiful woman said coldly. Not the Jin family or Qin family. Then which force is it? Is it the force that colluded with the Dark Ice race? Lu Ming's heart jumped and he shouted, I know who you are. The person behind you colluded with the Dark Ice race and stole the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. How dare you? Your family will be exterminated for this crime. Lu Ming roared, wanting to scare her. Nonsense. I want to kill you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. The beautiful woman said coldly as she slashed out with sword chi, almost hitting Lu Ming. Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. It has nothing to do with others. You want to kill me? This time, Lu Ming was really dumbfounded. When did he offend this crazy woman? Miss, if I remember correctly, I have not offended you. Could it be that I was drunk and did you? No, if there really is me, why don't I feel anything? Lu Ming shouted, even more confused. Pervert, die. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the beautiful woman became even more furious. With a loud shout, several sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming's head and face. Lu Ming hastily executed the Garuda technique to dodge, but his shoulder was still grazed by a sword light. His cyan scales were cut open and blood flowed out. Lu Ming trembled in fear. His opponent was a half-step divine king and had awakened the origin god force factor. His attack was terrifyingly sharp, his green scale armor could not withstand it at all. How did I become a pervert again? Lu Ming was shocked and angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he was not a match for her, he would definitely take her down and let her know what a pervert was. But now, Lu Ming could only desperately run for his life. He purposely ran towards the place where the cold underworld chi was dense. At the same time, he executed the Garuda technique to the extreme. Even so, he was still in danger. Not long after, there were a few more wounds on his body. This crazy woman, Why is she chasing after me? Lu Ming was really speechless. There was a ruthless look in his eyes. He was thinking rapidly in his heart, trying to think of a plan to kill the other party. Lu Ming would not show mercy just because she was a beautiful woman. Rustle rustle rustle. At this moment, Lu Ming heard some rustling sounds in front of him. There are living beings here. Lu Ming was not surprised, he was happy. The appearance of living beings at this moment was beneficial to Lu Ming. Swoosh. Lu Ming's body flashed and he rushed towards the source of the sound. Not long after, a giant creature appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a snow-white centipede. It was extremely huge, at least 100 meters long, and it was crawling on the mountain. At this moment, after seeing Lu Ming, the giant centipede jumped and pounced towards Lu Ming. Before the gigantic centipede arrived, it opened its mouth and spewed out a gust of thick gray fog. At the same time, a gust of terrifying cold air surged toward Lu Ming. Even Lu Ming felt his body stiffen. It was also the cold underworld qi, but the temperature was even lower. The space seemed to have frozen. Lu Ming circulated the divine power of sun and the 9 ice chains to protect himself. Only then did he manage to block the chill. At the same time, Lu Ming's body flashed and he avoided the giant centipede's attack. However, the giant centipede twisted its body and its razor-sharp claws slashed towards Lu Ming like a divine knife. Lu Ming was shocked and he used his spear to block. Clang! Lu Ming's body shook and he was sent flying. However, at this moment, the beautiful woman had caught up. She was also enveloped by the giant centipede's chill. Her body stiffened and her speed decreased. However, she had awakened her divine power of origin. She circulated her divine power and blocked the attack of the chill. Swoosh! After the giant centipede repelled Lu Ming with one blow, it saw the absolute beauty again. Instantly, it shrieked loudly. With a leap, it charged toward the absolute beauty again. Get lost! The beautiful woman was overbearing. Her sword radiance shot out and slashed the giant centipede's body. The giant centipede was powerful. It was at the half-step divine king realm. With the addition of its armor, its defense was amazing. However, it still could not block the beautiful woman's attack. The sword radiance slashed through the giant centipede's armor and left a deep sword wound. This crazy woman is so powerful. Lu Ming was shocked. If such an attack were to land on him, he would most likely be sliced into two. Hiss hiss hiss, the giant centipede was injured and it seemed to be in a frenzy. It screeched crazily and emitted a terrifying chill towards the beautiful woman. The giant centipede only had eyes for the beautiful woman. It did not care about Lu Ming at all. Wherever the chill passed, even the cold underworld qi that was floating in the air was frozen. This showed how terrifying the chill was. The beautiful woman had to focus on blocking it. At the same time, she slashed out sword radiance towards the giant centipede. The two of them fought fiercely. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. He used the 9 heavens Garuda technique to the extreme and turned into a Garuda, leaving the place in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming was far away. I finally got rid of that crazy woman. Where did she come from? Did the Qin family and Jin family send people to kill me? Or did she collude with the Dark Ice tribe to kill me? Lu Ming guessed. Not long after, Lu Ming went a few 100,000 li into the cold underworld land. The cold underworld qi here was getting denser. Occasionally, Lu Ming would find some living beings. However, these living beings were terrifying. The weakest one was a 9th-level heavenly god. Most of them were half-step divine kings. Chapter 3004. These creatures were of the cold attribute, and they were like fish in water in the cold underworld qi. Moreover, in such an environment, these creatures could unleash 120% of their strength, making them stronger than the outside world. As for others, if they didn't control the cold attribute divine grade divine power, their strength would be greatly reduced. No wonder it was called a forbidden area. It was indeed dangerous for ordinary sky prides to enter. Boom! Lu Ming was flying when suddenly, the mountain shook. Then, Lu Ming saw an iceberg flying from afar, smashing towards Lu Ming. Nestle, Lu Ming was shocked and quickly dodged, retreating 100 miles in an instant to avoid the iceberg. Boom! It was really an iceberg, with a height of 1,000 meters. It smashed heavily in front of Lu Ming, causing the ground to shake. Whoosh whoosh, there was a whistling sound in the air, and then, a large black shadow was cast from the sky. Another iceberg smashed towards Lu Ming, and it wasn't just one, but several in a row. What's going on? Lu Ming was speechless, and he kept retreating, but the iceberg continued to smash down, and finally, there was an iceberg that Lu Ming couldn't avoid. Moon slashing. Lu Ming held the spear with both hands and slashed it down. Boom! The spear light hit the iceberg, and there was a violent explosion. The iceberg shattered, and Lu Ming was sent flying by a terrifying force. After retreating 100 miles, his blood and chi were in turmoil. What a terrifying force, what is it? Lu Ming stared ahead. One should know that he was in the state of the ancient god body, and his strength was shocking, but he was still almost injured. Roar roar, at this moment, a roar came from afar, and then, a huge creature rushed towards him. That's, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This time, it wasn't an iceberg, but a giant ape. This giant ape was huge, and it was a few thousand meters tall, even bigger than the iceberg. Lu Ming knew that the giant ape was the one who had thrown those icebergs at him. Boom! The giant ape stepped on an iceberg, and the iceberg exploded. Ice shards flew in all directions, and the ground shook violently. A ferocious aura surged out and rushed towards Lu Ming. A pair of huge eyes stared at Lu Ming, filled with killing intent. Roar! The giant ape roared and stomped on the ground, creating a large crater. Its huge body pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's ancient god body was over 200 meters tall, but in front of the giant ape, he couldn't even be considered a baby. A fist that was bigger than a mountain peak blasted towards Lu Ming, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind. Retreat, retreat, Lu Ming didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated. However, the opponent's fist energy was too powerful. The air was constantly exploding, and Lu Ming's speed was greatly affected. In the end, Lu Ming could only take it head-on. Supernova. Lu Ming used his strongest move. A huge spear radiance burst out and pierced towards the giant ape. When the spear radiance was about to reach the giant ape, it exploded. Boom! The energy overflowed, but Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Retreat! Lu Ming used this force to retreat quickly. In addition to the speed of the Nine Heavens Garuda technique, he retreated over 10,000 miles in an instant. Then, Lu Ming turned around and rushed towards the back. Roar! The giant ape roared and chased after Lu Ming. This giant ape has terrifying strength. I'm afraid that it has awakened a power similar to the origin divine power factor in its body. Lu Ming pondered. The various living beings now could be considered the descendants of the primordial divine spirits. They more or less contained a trace of the primordial divine spirit's bloodline. Even those desolate beasts and divine beasts were the same. Therefore, many desolate beasts and ferocious beasts would awaken a power similar to the origin divine power factor. It was very terrifying. Obviously, this giant ape had awakened a similar power. Its strength was very shocking. Lu Ming was no match for it. Even after using the supernova move, he was still no match for it and was injured instantly. Lu Ming transformed into the Nine Heavens Garuda technique and flew rapidly. However, the giant ape's speed was very shocking. It chased after Lu Ming closely. Soon, a few minutes passed. Swoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a sword radiance rushing towards him. It's her, Lu Ming's eyes moved. The owner of the sword Radiance was the absolute beauty who chased after Lu Ming previously. Seeing this woman, Lu Ming was not shocked but happy. Without thinking, he rushed towards the absolute beauty. In the next moment, the absolute beauty also saw Lu Ming. When she saw Lu Ming rushing towards her, she could not help but be stunned. She did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly rushed towards her. However, she immediately understood because she saw the giant ape. She knew that Lu Ming wanted to use her to fight against the giant ape. However, was that possible? The absolute beauty's eyes were filled with cold light. She was about to attack with the giant ape and kill Lu Ming. However, at this moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth and shouted, "Wife, it's great that you're here. Let's kill that giant ape together." "What? Wife?" The absolute beauty was stunned again. In the next moment, she reacted and screamed, "You, shameless!" However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed close to the absolute beauty. Roar! The giant ape roared and stretched out a huge palm. It grabbed at the ground and a huge iceberg was pulled out. With a wave of its hand, the huge iceberg smashed towards Lu Ming and enveloped the absolute beauty. "Wife, help!" Lu Ming shouted and dodged left and right to avoid the iceberg. This was Lu Ming's plan. This giant ape had such a high cultivation level and its spiritual intelligence was definitely very high. It would definitely be able to understand what they were saying. Therefore, when Lu Ming shouted "wife," the giant ape would definitely mistake the absolute beauty for Lu Ming's group. Naturally, its attack would also envelop the absolute beauty. Obviously, Lu Ming's plan succeeded. Being enveloped by the iceberg, the absolute beauty could only fight back. A dazzling sword light burst forth, cleaving the iceberg into two halves. This crazy woman is really powerful. Lu Ming thought to himself. Just now, he had experienced the terror of the giant ape. However, the absolute beauty split the iceberg in half with a sword. Her strength was terrifying. The giant ape also looked at the absolute beauty. The absolute beauty gave it a strong pressure and made it instinctively feel a sense of danger. Therefore, the giant ape let out a loud roar and pounced on the beautiful woman, abandoning Lu Ming. To it, Lu Ming was not a threat. On the contrary, the absolute beauty was. Of course, it had to get rid of the danger first. A mountain-like fist blasted towards the absolute beauty. The absolute beauty could only fight back. Clang! The sound of a sword rang through the 9 heavens. The terrifying glass-like sword Radiance was 10,000 meters long and slashed towards the giant ape. Boom! Boom! The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. The place was in a mess and was razed to the ground. Chapter 3005. Wow, this strength is even stronger than the Dark Knight Devil King. Lu Ming clicked his tongue when he saw the battle between the absolute beauty and the giant ape. Although the absolute beauty and the giant ape had not reached the Divine King realm, their combat strength had definitely reached the Divine King realm. An ordinary first-layer Divine King realm expert like the Dark Knight Devil King was probably not as strong as them. This was a supreme talent that could fight across a large realm. Wife, help your husband block this beast first. I'll go find someone to help me. Of course, Lu Ming would not miss such a good opportunity. After saying that, his figure flashed and he fled without a trace. Despicable, shameless, the absolute beauty shouted angrily and almost vomited blood. Her beautiful face was flushed red. She swore in her heart that the next time she saw Lu Ming, she would chop Lu Ming into 8 pieces, no, 10 pieces to vent her anger. She gritted her teeth when she thought of Lu Ming calling her his wife. Does this guy know? Impossible, even if he knows, I'll still kill him. The absolute beauty gritted her teeth and then focused on dealing with the giant ape in front of her. Lu Ming flew all the way. Not long after, Lu Ming transformed into his human form. Using the ancient god body had consumed a lot of his stamina. After transforming into his human form, Lu Ming flew for a while and then found a hidden ice cave. Lu Ming flew in. After looking around for a while, he found that there were no other living creatures in the ice cave. Lu Ming moved a piece of ice and blocked the entrance of the ice cave. He then sat down cross-legged and circulated the universe myriad Dao technique to recover. After a few days, Lu Ming's divine power and stamina had recovered to their peak. It's a pity that little ball can't come in here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Lu Ming sighed. Those below the Divine King realm couldn't enter Star Crescent Ancient City. Little ball was a metallic life form, so it naturally couldn't enter. Otherwise, with Little Ball's strength, it could easily suppress existences like the Absolute Beauty and the Giant Ape. I must quickly find a treasure of extreme cold and increase my strength. Lu Ming secretly gritted his teeth. During this period of time, he had been repeatedly hunted down, and he really had a belly full of anger. Getting up and leaving the ice cave, Lu Ming continued deeper into the cold dark lands. Lu Ming, the frigid qi in the 8,000 miles ahead is extremely dense. There might be a treasure of extreme cold. The sound of the quantifying formula rang out. The measure character formula was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Lu Ming asked the measure character formula to help him find treasures of extreme cold energy. 8,000 li ahead. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he flew forward. Not long after, an ice lake appeared in front of him. The lake was not too big, but the frosty aura it emanated was shockingly dense. It was many times denser than other places. Lu Ming, the source of the cold air is under the ice lake. However, I'm afraid there's a creature guarding the lake. The quantifying formula said. There's a living being guarding it. What's its cultivation level? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. You can go down and find out for yourself. The quantifying formula said. Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, he decided to explore. Since he was already here, it would be a pity if he did not explore. With a plop, Lu Ming rushed into the ice lake. Not long after, splash. The ice lake churned violently, stirring up thousands of waves. A giant white python could be seen rolling in it. At the same time, rays of spear light burst out from the ice lake. They were extremely dazzling. After a long while, whoosh! A figure rushed out of the ice lake. It was Lu Ming. After Lu Ming rushed out, he used the Nine Heavens Kuanpeng technique and transformed into a Kuanpeng, quickly leaving this place. Splash! A giant python rushed out of the ice lake. It was 1,000 meters long and roared at the sky. However, it did not pursue in the end. It swam around the ice lake for a while before returning to the ice lake. Thousands of miles away from the ice lake, Lu Ming was sitting on a frozen mountain. He opened his palm and there was a crystal stone in his palm. It was the size of a longan and exuded an astonishing cold air. This was the treasure that Lu Ming brought out of the ice lake. Old Liang, how is this ice jade crystal? How much energy can it help you refine? Lu Ming asked expectantly. Not much. The quantifying formula only replied with 2 words. Not much. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. Although this ice jade crystal is a treasure of the extreme cold attribute, it can't compare to the ice jade heart, nor can it compare to the cold liquid you obtained before. It's only stronger than the cold moon stone, and its size is too small. The quantifying formula explained. It seems that I have to continue looking. Forget it, you can absorb this ice jade crystal first. I will continue to look for other cold attribute treasures. Lu Ming said. Then, he let the quantifying formula absorb the ice jade crystal. In the next half a month, Lu Ming appeared in various parts of the forbidden underworld chill, looking for extreme cold treasures. He found a total of 3 treasures. Unfortunately, their levels were not very high. They were all treasures about the same level as the ice jade crystal. It could only be said that they were better than nothing. On this day, Lu Ming was walking in an ice valley. The quantifying formula told him that the cold energy in this ice valley was very abnormal and very dense. After walking for a while, he did not find anything abnormal. There was no creature guarding this place, which surprised Lu Ming. This is the 9-petal ice lotus. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the end of the ice valley, there was a lotus growing on a wall. It was crystal clear like jade and exuded a strong chill. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a plant in the forbidden underworld chill. Moreover, it was a cold attribute divine medicine. The 9-petal ice lotus had a total of 9 petals. It was very different from other lotus flowers. However, Lu Ming had seen records in an ancient book that the 9-petal ice lotus was the best cold attribute divine medicine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This 9-petal ice lotus was definitely a better cold attribute treasure than the ice jade crystal. After the quantifying formula absorbed it, it would definitely help him refine a lot of energy from the stellar core. Lu Ming's figure flashed and stepped out. He formed a giant hand with his divine power and picked the 9-petal ice lotus. However, at this moment, the sky whistled and several figures appeared in the sky above the ice valley. There were 5 young men and women in white robes. As soon as they appeared, their eyes fell on the 9-petal ice lotus in Lu Ming's hand. "Kid, hand over the 9-petal ice lotus." A young man shouted coldly. A cold aura shrouded Lu Ming. "I found it first. Why should I hand it to you?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "You found it first? What a joke. We found this 9-petal ice lotus long ago. Previously, there was a desolate beast guarding this place. We lured the desolate beast away, allowing you to have your way. Do you understand?" A young man with snow-white hair said coldly. "Lured the desolate beast away?" Lu Ming was stunned, but in the next moment, he knew that the other party was lying. The other party's reason did not seem problematic, but upon careful thought, it was full of loopholes. The other party had 5 people. Was there a need for 5 people to act together to lure the desolate beast away? Chapter 3006. There were a total of 5 of them. There was no need for all 5 of them to lure the wild beasts away. As long as a few of them lured the wild beasts away, the others could easily take the 9-petal ice lotus. Who would be so stupid to lure the wild beasts away together and leave the treasure here? Therefore, Lu Ming thought about it and knew that the other party was lying. With a cold sneer, Lu Ming kept the 9-petal ice lotus in his storage ring. "Kid, it seems like you're not going to hand it over." The white-haired youth's eyes were cold, and the cold aura around him was getting stronger. Obviously, the other party was also a cold attributed divine grade divine force, so he was not afraid of the cold underworld chi here. "Since I got it, how can I hand it over?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. Very good, very good." The white-haired youth nodded and said, "Lu Ming, your talent is not bad, and you've passed the gate of heaven. However, your cultivation is only at the 4th level of the heavenly god realm. Do you think you can take the 9-petal ice lotus in front of us?" With that, the white-haired youth released his aura completely. Half-step Divine King. The white-haired youth's cultivation was at the half-step Divine King realm. However, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the other party had not awakened the divine origin factor. At the same time, the others surrounded Lu Ming in a flash, each releasing a powerful aura. Another half-step Divine King. The other 3 were also 9th level of the heavenly god realm. However, no one had awakened the divine origin factor. It was not easy to awaken the divine origin factor. There were so many geniuses below the divine king realm in the universal camp. Previously, there were only 4 people who passed the gate of heaven. Including the beautiful lady, there were only 5 of them. Naturally, they would not encounter a person who had awakened the divine origin factor. Lu Ming squinted his eyes, but he was not afraid. As long as the divine origin factor was not awakened, Lu Ming was not afraid of even a half-step divine king realm genius. Even if he could not defeat them, he could still escape. "Lu Ming, I gave you a chance just now, but you did not cherish it. Now, not only the 9-petal ice lotus, but also the other things on you. You have to hand them over. Also, let us search your dantian and we can consider sparing your life. The white-haired young man spoke again, his eyes flashing with greed. He thought of Lu Ming, who was able to step through the heaven gate as a level 4 celestial deity. He definitely had a great opportunity on him. Now, not only did he want the 9-petal ice lotus, but he also wanted Lu Ming's fortune. In fact, he even had an even more vicious plan in mind. He planned to wait for Lu Ming to hand over all the treasures, then cripple Lu Ming's cultivation and imprison Lu Ming. Then, he would slowly extract all the secrets from Lu Ming. At the thought of being able to obtain Lu Ming's secret and soar to the sky, his heart was burning with passion. It seems like your ambitions are not small. Lu Ming smiled coldly and prepared to find an opening to escape. But at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed as he looked up at the sky. Whoosh! In the sky, a sword light appeared. Then, the figure of a beautiful woman appeared in the air. Lu Ming's face immediately turned bitter. Who else could it be if it wasn't the beautiful woman? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road, we've stumbled into each other again. Lu Ming's mouth was filled with bitterness. Lu Ming had just been surrounded by the white-haired young man and his crew, and now the beautiful woman had shown up. The situation was not looking good for him. He was confident that he could escape from the white-haired young man and his crew, but with the beautiful woman here, it was impossible for him to escape. This is troublesome. Lu Ming mumbled. That being said, it was impossible for him to give up. He quickly thought of a way to escape. Such a beautiful woman. When the white-haired young man and the others saw the beautiful woman, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned, revealing stunned expressions. All of you, piss off. The beautiful woman glanced at the white-haired young man and his crew and snapped coldly. The white-haired young man and his crew wore unpleasant expressions upon hearing this. It seems like you're on the same side as this kid. Chick, I'm afraid you won't be able to save him on your own. The white-haired young man said with a hollow laugh. Who wants to save him? I'm going to kill him. The beautiful woman said coldly. Kill him. This time, the white-haired young man and his crew were stunned again. They initially thought that the beautiful woman was here to save Lu Ming, but they did not expect that she was here to kill Lu Ming. Miss, you're here to kill him. Ha, it seems like we're kindred spirits. This brat stole our treasure, so we're going to kill him as well. Why don't I kill this brat on your behalf, so that he won't dirty your hands? The white-haired young man laughed loudly. Upon hearing that the beautiful woman was also here to kill Lu Ming, the white-haired young man immediately changed his attitude and looked as if he wanted to get closer to the beautiful woman. If he wants to die, he can only die in my hands. You're not qualified to kill him. However, the beautiful woman did not appreciate his kindness and continued to say coldly. Huh? Lu Ming was also stunned. He could not figure out the beautiful woman's plan at all. Since she wanted to kill Lu Ming, what was the difference between her killing him and the others? Why did Lu Ming have to die in her hands? At this moment, even Lu Ming could not help but wonder if he had really done something wrong to the beautiful woman when he was drunk. However, he had no recollection of it at all. If it was true, it would be a great loss for him. The white-haired young man and his crew were also stunned. They did not understand what the beautiful woman meant. It seems like you're going to save him. The white-haired young man said coldly. He guessed that the beautiful woman wanted to save Lu Ming and deliberately said that she wanted to kill Lu Ming to deceive them. Get lost. The beautiful woman shouted coldly. Humph, you're indeed in cahoots. Then I'll take you down too. The white-haired young man's face darkened. A powerful aura shrouded the beautiful woman. Bang! Then, the white-haired young man took a step forward and stretched out his palm. A huge palm condensed out of ice and was filled with a terrifying chill. It grabbed at the beautiful woman. You're overestimating yourself. The beautiful woman's eyes turned cold and an ancient aura burst out. Swoosh! Then, the beautiful woman waved her hand and a sword radiance appeared and slashed at the white-haired young man. With a puff, the huge palm condensed by the white-haired young man was split into two. The sword radiance did not stop and continued to slash at the white-haired young man. Origin Divine Power Factor. You've awakened the Origin Divine Power Factor, the white-haired young man shouted in horror and retreated. At the same time, a shield flew out from between his eyebrows. Clang! The sword radiance slashed at the shield and sparks flew. The shield was sent flying and a deep crack appeared on it. The white-haired young man's face turned pale. That was an upper rank 9 divine defensive artifact and it was broken by the beautiful woman's sword. The other young men looked ghastly pale and fear appeared on their faces. They could not help but retreat and distance themselves from the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman took a step forward and her sword radiance soared into the sky. Wait a minute. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, the white-haired young man shouted in horror. Chapter 3007. The white-haired young man screamed in fear and retreated. Get lost. The beautiful lady shouted coldly. She did not attack immediately but her aura became stronger. All right, let's go, let's go. The white-haired young man said. Although he was unhappy, he did not dare to fight with the beautiful lady even though there were 5 of them and he was a half-step divine king. Although they were all half-step divine kings, there was a huge difference in their combat strength between those who had awakened their divine origin and those who had. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, they would not be a match for the beautiful lady. Therefore, although he was furious, he could only grit his teeth and avoid her. Wait! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. He was calling out to the white-haired young man and the others. What? The white-haired young man looked at Lu Ming. Brothers, don't go. Let's deal with this crazy woman together. If you help me, I will give you all of my treasures. Lu Ming said with a smile. All of your treasures. The white-haired young man and the others were stunned and their eyes were burning with passion. They were tempted by Lu Ming's treasures. However, when they looked at the beautiful lady, they hesitated. They would have to risk their lives to deal with the beautiful lady. The white-haired young man looked around and decided to retreat. Although the treasures were important, they were not as important as his life. Therefore, the white-haired young man wanted to reject the offer. However, the beautiful lady did not give him the chance to do so. If you want to join forces to deal with me, I will kill all of you together. The beautiful lady shouted coldly and waved the combat sword in her hand. Rays of sword light shot out. These rays of sword light shrouded Lu Ming, the white-haired young man and the others. What are you doing? Damn it, you crazy woman! The white-haired young man roared. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. His body expanded rapidly and he turned into a huge white lion. It was a divine beast, the ice snow lion. Not only him, the other young men also transformed into ice snow lions. The white-haired young man and the others were not humans but divine beasts, the ice snow lion clan. They transformed into their true forms and released their full strength. They opened their mouths and roared. Waves of cold air rushed towards the beautiful woman. The white-haired youth was truly furious. He was about to retreat when the absolute beauty suddenly launched an attack on him. He could only defend with all his strength. Boom! Boom! Explosions continued to erupt in this area, and energy overflowed in all directions. Good chance, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he transformed into his ancient god body. Supernova. Lu Ming thrust out his spear. A spear light rushed towards the beautiful woman, and then exploded. It collided with the beautiful woman's sword light. With the help of this force, Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly. Then, he used the Garuda technique and rushed forward. This woman's brain is indeed not very good, this thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind the moment he rushed out. In fact, through the previous few times, Lu Ming discovered that although the absolute beauty was powerful and had amazing talent, she didn't have many schemes and didn't have many thoughts. To put it bluntly, it was pure. Yes, pure. Not only was she pure, but she was also arrogant. Therefore, she had been tricked time and time again. Just like just now, Lu Ming was only pretending to invite the white-haired youth and the rest to attack together. The absolute beauty didn't even think and attacked the white-haired youth and the rest. The main reason was that she was naive and thought that the white-haired youth and the rest would really attack. Another reason was that she was arrogant. She was confident in her own strength and thought that she could deal with the white-haired youth and the rest. This was the opportunity that Lu Ming seized. Pervert, prepare to die. Seeing Lu Ming running away again, the absolute beauty was enraged. She abandoned the white-haired youth and the rest and chased after Lu Ming. One chased while the other fled. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared, leaving the white-haired youth and the rest looking at each other. Who is this crazy woman? Why haven't I seen her before? The Starry Sky Barracks actually has such a beautiful and talented person. It seems like we have to pay more attention to her in the future. And that kid, Lu Ming, must have some secrets on him. Otherwise, the Jean and Qin family wouldn't want to kill him. I hope he is lucky and doesn't die in the hands of that woman. The next time he meets us, he won't be so lucky. The white-haired youth and the rest chatted for a while before leaving the place. Lu Ming circulated the Nine Heavens Kuan-Peng technique to the extreme. His divine force boiled and condensed into a Kuan-Peng. The Kuan-Peng's wings flapped rapidly. With every flap, Lu Ming flew a few hundred miles away. However, the absolute beauty's speed was even faster. She turned into a sword light and pierced through the air. Her speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. This was also because of the chilling underworld qi. Otherwise, the absolute beauty's speed would be even more shocking. Lu Ming wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Ming, this time, don't think of using a desolate beast to get rid of me. I won't be fooled again. The absolute beauty shouted. Once she thought of how Lu Ming had escaped from her time and time again, she was extremely unhappy. Her killing intent became even more intense. Beauty, beauty, why must you chase after me? I have a wife. Lu Ming shouted. It's because you have a wife. You deserve to die even more. The absolute beauty said coldly. Lu Ming almost vomited blood. He staggered and almost fell. What did she mean by it's because you have a wife? You deserve to die even more. Why did these words sound like jealousy? However, Lu Ming had never seen this woman before. Beauty, don't tell me you secretly fell in love with me and found out that I have a wife. Since you can't get me, you want to kill me. You can't have such thoughts. It's too perverted. Lu Ming shouted. Nonsense, who likes you? Don't think too highly of yourself. The absolute beauty's expression turned even colder. Then why are you still chasing after me? Why must you kill me? Lu Ming was really speechless. I want to kill you because I want to kill you. Why are there so many reasons? Die! The beautiful lady shouted and a sword gleam slashed out. Lu Ming dodged the attack by a hair's breadth and was almost seriously injured. This woman really wanted to kill him. She wasn't just talking. She didn't show any mercy. Lu Ming was completely confused now. Even with his intelligence, he couldn't figure out the absolute beauty's motive. If they were sent by the Jean and Qin family, or a force that colluded with the Dark Ice tribe, the absolute beauty wouldn't have saved Lu Ming when the white-haired youth and others wanted to kill Lu Ming. What was the difference between killing him herself and being killed by others? However, the absolute beauty wanted to drive away the white-haired youth and others and kill Lu Ming herself. No matter how one looked at it, she looked like a resentful woman who had been let down. Beauty, have you mistaken me for someone else? In the end, Lu Ming shouted helplessly. I won't mistake you for someone else. You're Lu Ming from the Qin Tian Star area. The one I want to kill is you. The absolute beauty said coldly. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only fly with all his strength. Chapter 3008. Suddenly, Lu Ming's body trembled. His god force circulated, and the 9 heavens Kunpeng became more solid. At this critical moment, the 9 heavens Kunpeng art broke through to the 8th level. Initially, when Lu Ming cultivated the incomplete 9 heavens Kunpeng technique, he had already reached the peak of the 7th level. Later on, he obtained the complete version of the 9 heavens Kunpeng technique. After cultivating for a period of time, he was highly focused and naturally broke through. Once the 9 heavens Kunpeng art broke through to the 8th level, Lu Ming's speed increased greatly. With a flap of the Kunpeng wings, Lu Ming's speed soared. In an instant, Lu Ming's speed was comparable to the absolute beauty's. He broke through. The absolute beauty's eyes narrowed. Her god force surged, and she turned into a streak of sword light that shot forward like lightning. However, she couldn't catch up to Lu Ming. The two maintained a certain distance. Whoosh! Lu Ming inwardly sighed in relief. As they flew, the two went deeper into the frigid underworld forbidden land. However, the absolute beauty was still chasing after Lu Ming. This crazy woman, what kind of deep grudge do I have with her? Lu Ming was enraged that he had been chased after. He couldn't go on like this. Although he had an endless supply of god force and could maintain it for a long time, if this continued, he wouldn't have enough time to search for the extreme cold treasure. Lu Ming, there's an extremely strong fluctuation of extreme cold energy ahead. The voice of the quantum formula suddenly sounded. Extreme cold energy fluctuation. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he continued flying. After flying for a while, the coldness in front of them became even stronger. The frigid underworld energy was like smoke. In the distance, Lu Ming saw a huge crack in the ground. It was 100 li long and dozens of li wide. The dense cold underworld chi was seeping out from the cracks in the ground. Got it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming thought of a plan, a countermeasure that might allow him to get rid of the beautiful woman. The frigid underworld energy in the crack was so dense that it could be used to shake off the absolute beauty. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed towards the underground fissure. The underground crack was so huge that even though Lu Ming had transformed into the body of an ancient god, it was still very small. He rushed in easily. Seeing Lu Ming rush into the underground fissure, the beautiful woman's expression changed slightly. Don't even think about escaping. In the end, the beautiful woman gritted her teeth and rushed in as well. The underground fissure was very large. The deeper one went, the wider it became. However, the cold air also became heavier. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the very bottom. The cold air here was already very astonishing. Lu Ming channeled the divine power of Yin with all his might. Together with the protection of the ice shackles, he was able to block the attack of the cold air. Clang! The sound of a sword chime could be heard as a beam of sword light rapidly approached from above. This woman really doesn't want to give up. Lu Ming's face darkened as he rushed forward. Underneath the fissure was a huge canyon. Lu Ming, yes, it's right in front. I can feel the extremely dense cold air. There must be a treasure of extreme cold here. It can even refine the energy of many stellar cores. The quantifying character formula kept tempting Lu Ming. Lu Ming ran at high speed. Very soon, he reached the end. At the end, there was a huge dark cave. Cold underworld chi constantly overflowed from it. Lu Ming rushed in without hesitation. Not long after Lu Ming rushed in, the beautiful woman also rushed in. Inside the cave, there was a passage. Lu Ming ran for 1,000 miles before his eyes suddenly opened up. This was a huge underground space. The surrounding walls were inlaid with snow-white gemstones that constantly emitted cold air. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred gemstones that emitted a hazy glow. Could these be the treasures of extreme cold? No, the quality of these gemstones is much worse. Lu Ming frowned. Although these gems emitted a cold aura, their quality wasn't high. They were probably inferior to the cold jade stones by a large margin. However, If they were sold to those who cultivated cold attribute divine power, they should be worth a lot of divine crystals. However, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. This was not what he wanted. No, I can feel that there is a very high-quality treasure of extreme cold. It must be in this area. I can't be wrong. Let me sense it. The quantifying character formula shouted. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light flashed and the beautiful woman chased in. This crazy woman is really here. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. However, the cold air here was very strong. The beautiful woman laid down layers of divine power around her body to block the cold air from the outside world. Lu Ming, die. When the beautiful woman saw Lu Ming, she wanted to kill Lu Ming. Rumble. At this moment, the underground space suddenly began to tremble, and the surrounding walls began to emit rumbling sounds. Bang! Suddenly, one of the walls burst open. Gravel and ice splashed and then a huge head stuck out. Lu Ming was startled. He did not expect a head to stick out of the wall. This head was not the head of an animal. It was like a tree stump. It was snow white and crystal clear and full of roots. It was extremely huge, at least a few thousand meters in length and width. A cold attribute treasure. Yes, there is a cold attribute treasure in between its eyebrows. The quantifying character formula shouted. Lu Ming took a closer look and saw a silver-white gemstone embedded in the tree stump's head. A terrifying cold air flowed out of the silver-white gemstone. What an amazing cold air. This cold air is probably not inferior to the ice jade heart of the ice soul race. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and his heart was burning. If he could get this gemstone and give it to the quantifying character formula to neutralize the energy of the stellar core, he would definitely be able to quickly refine some energy for Lu Ming to break through. I must get it. Lu Ming thought to himself. Roar. After the head that looked like a tree stump appeared, it let out a beastly roar. It opened its mouth and spat out hundreds of ice thorns in the void. Then, it whistled and pierced toward Lu Ming and the beautiful lady. Void piercing, Lu Ming kept using the sky-piercing technique. Streaks of spear gleams burst forth, blocking the attacks of the ice thorns. Dang! Dang! A series of collision sounds were heard. Lu Ming blocked the ice thorns, but his body was shaken and he could not help but retreat again and again. What an amazing power! Lu Ming's eyes were a little dignified. On the other side, the absolute beauty waved her sword light and blocked the ice thorn's attack quite easily. Roar! Seeing that Lu Ming and the beautiful woman had not been dealt with in one move, the head that resembled a tree stump seemed to be enraged. It opened its mouth and spurted out a white mist, which surged toward Lu Ming and the beautiful woman. This mist was like an upgraded version of the cold underworld qi. It was full of terrifying cold air. Wherever the mist passed, pieces of ice crystals appeared in the space. It was very scary. Chapter 3009. His head was like a tree stump and the cold air that he exhaled was terrifying. Even Lu Ming shuddered as if his body was about to be frozen. The absolute beauty had to deploy more than 10 layers of divine power around her to block the chill. Bam! 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 At this moment, the ground cracked open. Several vines rushed out from under the feet of Lu Ming and the absolute beauty and attacked them. There were a total of 4 vines. 2 of them targeted Lu Ming while the other 2 targeted the absolute beauty. The vines were snow white and sparkling like jade. However, they were filled with a terrifying chill. Whoosh whoosh, the vines lashed out in the air, making whistling sounds. They were like soft whips lashing out at Lu Ming. Moon slashing. Lu Ming held the spear with both hands and struck out continuously. Boom! Boom! The long spear struck the vines and caused a violent tremor. Then, Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated. The blood in his body was in turmoil and he almost vomited blood. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of ice crystals that almost froze his body. He had to constantly activate his divine power to dissolve the layer of ice crystals. So that stump head is the head of a vine. However, its strength is terrifying. Lu Ming's face was solemn. At this moment, he could see that the huge head that appeared previously was the head of a vine. The strength of this vine was extremely shocking. It was definitely in the Divine King realm. Its strength was even stronger than the Dark Knight Demon King. Clang! Clang! On the other side, the Absolute Beauty's sword radiance kept bursting out and slashing at the two vines. The vines were sent flying. Roar! Roar! The vine roared and the four vines danced wildly. Each vine could change its size at will. Like a long snake, they either lashed out or entangled towards the two. However, this time, only one of the two vines that were attacking Lu Ming was left. The other vine attacked the Absolute Beauty. Clearly, the Absolute Beauty posed a greater threat to it. The vine used more power to deal with the Absolute Beauty. Lu Ming, if you want to kill this vine and obtain the treasure of extreme cold, you must destroy its head. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill it by attacking the vine alone. Measuring character Zhu shouted. Understood. Lu Ming responded, brandishing his long spear, exchanging a few moves with the rattan vines. Suddenly, Lu Ming's figure moved, executing the Nine Heavens Garuda art to the extreme. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he dodged the vine's attack. Then, he dashed towards the vine's head. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming was not far from the head of the vine. Hoo hoo, the vine opened its mouth and spat out a dense mist towards Lu Ming. The temperature of this mist was astonishingly low. Lu Ming was enveloped in it and felt that his body was about to freeze. Not only his body, but even his soul was about to be frozen. But suddenly, the ninth ice chain glowed and a layer of silver-white light enveloped Lu Ming, blocking the cold air outside. Then, Lu Ming's body shook and the ice crystals on the surface of his body shattered. Lu Ming continued to attack the vine's head. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to reach the vine's head, Lu Ming was about to use the exploding star move to kill the vine. But at this moment, the rocks around the vine's head exploded and 5 vines rushed out. Each of the 5 vines was crystal clear and exuded a terrible chill. They either lashed out or entangled towards Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. It turned out that this vine had so many vines. It was like an octopus. Previously, he had only used 4 vines to attack Lu Ming and the others. The other 5 were hidden near the head to protect it. Once someone got close, the 5 vines would launch a thunderous attack. At this moment, Lu Ming could only try his best to resist. Roar! Roar! A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming activated the mystical dragon aspect technique and 7 mystical dragon aspects appeared and rushed towards one of the vines. At the same time, he waved his spear and blasted several vines. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded and the 7 nine-clawed dragon aspects were instantly defeated. Lu Ming's body shook violently and his arms were about to explode. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. However, Lu Ming could only block 3 of the 5 vines. There were still 2 more that Lu Ming could not do anything about. The remaining 2 sets of rattan vines entangled Lu Ming in no time. A terrifying chill spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was immediately covered by a layer of ice. Break, break! Lu Ming roared. The divine power in his body erupted and he struggled wildly, trying to break the vines. However, the vines were extremely tough. Lu Ming used all his strength but not only did they not break, they even tightened. The green scales on the surface of Lu Ming's body were about to shatter. Then, the vines pulled Lu Ming and stuffed him into the mouth of the vine. It intended to eat Lu Ming. This is bad. Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of panic. The current situation was very bad. His entire body was entangled and he was almost frozen. He had no way to resist. Although he had cultivated the divine power of Yin, his cultivation was still weak. He could not block the invasion of the cold from the outside. Kid, don't be afraid. Entering its mouth is our chance. Maybe we can take the opportunity to kill it. At this moment, the quantifying formula said. Enter its mouth to kill it. How? The chill in its mouth is terrifying. If I go in, I'll probably freeze to death in an instant. Lu Ming said. Freeze to death? How is that possible? I'm here. How can I let you freeze to death? The quantifying formula said unhappily. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, chill was actually a kind of energy. The quantifying formula was known as the origin of all energy. It could devour any kind of energy, so it could also devour chill. As long as the quantifying formula worked on Lu Ming's surface and devoured the chill of Lu Ming's white face, Lu Ming would not have to be afraid of that chill. Kid, it seems that you've thought it through. The reason why I haven't made a move now is that I don't want to alert the vine. If that happens, it will be really difficult to kill you. The quantifying formula said. Well, let's go for it. Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of ruthlessness. He planned to let the vine swallow him before launching a thunderous attack. But at this moment, there was a change. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sword chi shot over and slashed on the vines wrapped around Lu Ming. Sparks flew in all directions. It was the absolute beauty who had arrived. She got rid of the 3 vines and rushed over. I'm the only one who can kill Lu Ming. No one else is qualified to kill him, including you, old vine. The absolute beauty shouted. Sword chi filled the air. Her body was shrouded in a transparent sword light. Her aura was extremely shocking. Divine sword technique. The absolute beauty waved her hand and hundreds of sword chi slashed at the vines wrapped around Lu Ming. However, the vines were really hard and sturdy. Even with the absolute beauty's strength, she could not cut it. She could only leave a few white marks on it. Chapter 30:10. The beautiful woman's action angered the rattan. The other rattan vines flew over together, whistling through the air and attacking the beautiful woman. Swoosh! 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 With a wave of her hand, rays of sword light that looked like colored glaze slashed at the rattan, sending it flying. The beautiful woman was very strong. If they were in the outside world, her strength might not be weaker than the rattan vines. But here, she was affected by the icy underworld chi and couldn't unleash her full strength. You crazy woman, what are you doing? Who needs your help? Lu Ming shouted. He was speechless. This crazy woman wanted to kill him before, but now, she wanted to save him. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It was vividly reflected in this woman. I've said it before. Even if you die, you can only die in my hands. The beautiful woman shouted coldly. She waved her sword and streaks of sword light slashed at the rattan vines wrapped around Lu Ming. She wanted to split the rattan vines and save Lu Ming. But the rattan vines were hard and couldn't be split. Are you crazy? I don't want you to save me. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted. This woman's action would ruin his plan. He planned to rush into the mouth of the rattan vines and kill them. If he was saved, his plan would be ruined. Lu Ming really wanted to curse. However, the beautiful woman's face darkened. She couldn't be bothered with Lu Ming and continued to attack. However, she couldn't break the rattan vines. Lu Ming was being pulled closer by the rattan vines and was about to be pulled into the mouth. At this moment, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. She suddenly abandoned Lu Ming and rushed toward the rattan's head. She also knew that if she wanted to save Lu Ming, she could only attack the rattan's head or even kill it. Divine sword skill, kill. The beautiful lady shouted and rushed towards the head of the vine. She slashed out with her sword and a crystal-clear sword light slashed towards the vine. The vines waved a few vines in front of him to block the sword light, but the vines were also swept away. Kill! The beautiful woman kept getting closer to the vine's head. Roar! Tengman roared and struggled. Its head completely broke free from the wall. Rumble! The huge body of the vine was completely revealed. It had a huge head, and its body was supported by 9 thick vines. It looked like an octopus. The vine completely broke away from the wall, and its body became more agile. With a flash, it dodged the attack of the Absolute Beauty. At the same time, it waved the vine and attacked the Absolute Beauty. The beautiful woman was enveloped by a transparent sword light. 2 vines struck the sword light. The sword light vibrated, and the beautiful woman's body also shook. However, her face was filled with determination and stubbornness as she continued to charge towards the head of the vine. Man and sword as one, kill! In the end, the beautiful woman shouted. Her entire body turned into sword light and rushed towards the head of the vine, ignoring her own defense. Bang! 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 The vine waved a few vines and lashed towards the beautiful woman. When they hit the sword light around her body, the sword light vibrated violently. The beautiful woman's delicate body trembled and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, she ignored it and continued to charge towards the head of the vine. This crazy woman doesn't even care about her own safety. Lu Ming was speechless. At this moment, he felt a little warm in his heart. After all, this woman was trying to save him. Swoosh! The sword light that the beautiful woman turned into was extremely powerful. It emitted a shocking power and charged towards the head of the vine. It looked as if it was going to split the head of the vine into 2. The vine's eyes finally revealed a trace of panic. It let out a loud roar and the vines that were entangled around Lu Ming loosened. Ignoring Lu Ming, all of them lashed out at the beautiful woman. Bam! 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 The 9 vines kept lashing at the beautiful woman. The protective sword light of the beautiful woman finally couldn't withstand it and was shattered. At the same time, the gem on the vine's head that was emitting a chilling aura shone. A ray of light rushed towards the beautiful woman. This ray of light was astonishingly fast and it hit the beautiful woman in an instant. The beautiful woman's delicate body trembled and she was sent flying backwards. However, as she was sent flying, a sword light left her hand and slashed at the head of the vine. However, as the beautiful woman was sent flying, the sword light was slightly deflected and slashed at one of the vine's eyes, leaving a deep wound. Roar! Roar! The vine roared crazily and the 9 vines danced wildly. Lu Ming quickly dodged and one of the vines hit the beautiful woman who was sent flying. The beautiful woman was sent flying and hit the wall at the side before falling to the ground. What was more shocking was that a layer of ice crystals appeared on the beautiful woman's body quickly and it was about to freeze her. Go, quickly, quickly leave this place, the beautiful woman didn't die. She stared at Lu Ming and shouted. After saying that, she spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. This crazy woman, Lu Ming was really confused. This woman was bent on killing Lu Ming before. Now, she was willing to risk being seriously injured to save Lu Ming. After being injured, she even asked Lu Ming to leave quickly. This change was a little too fast. However, Lu Ming didn't want to leave now. The vine was injured and it was a good opportunity to kill it. Lu Ming's body flashed and he continued to kill the vine. Roar! The vine roared and waved its vines, lashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shrunk and he turned into an ordinary person. He then performed the 9 heavens rock technique to the extreme and dodged continuously. With his body shrunk, he became more agile and dodged more easily. In addition to the 8th level of the 9 heavens rock technique, Lu Ming dodged 9 vines in a row and rushed to the vine's head. When Lu Ming approached the vine's head, the gem on its head shone again. A white light beam rushed at Lu Ming. This was the light beam that attacked the beautiful woman before. It was astonishingly fast and had a terrifying chill. Lu Ming couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. The beautiful woman didn't dodge it just now either. In the next moment, the white light beam attacked Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a bone-chilling chill that wanted to freeze him completely. Not only his body, but also his soul was about to be frozen. Cold. Extremely cold. Lu Ming felt that his mind was about to be frozen. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Fortunately, Lu Ming had the measuring character formula. In his sea of consciousness, the measuring character formula shone and a devouring force enveloped Lu Ming's body. Immediately, the bone-chilling chill was devoured by the measuring character formula. Lu Ming regained his freedom at once. Swish! Lu Ming sped up and rushed into the vine's mouth in a flash. Seeing Lu Ming rush into the vine's mouth, the beautiful woman's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. Chapter 30:11. I never thought that he and I would be buried together in this place. Is this really our destiny? The beautiful woman whispered. Her eyes were complicated. At this moment, the layer of ice on her body was thicker. Her eyes were unfocused and her vitality was getting weaker. The head of the vine was huge. When Lu Ming entered its mouth, he found that it was empty inside. Boom! Lu Ming released his powerful aura, wanting to kill the vine. However, endless cold air surrounded Lu Ming from all directions. It wanted to freeze Lu Ming to death. The cold air was terrifying. It came from the gem on the vine's head. If it were someone else, even the beautiful woman with her cultivation base, they would have been frozen to death. However, Lu Ming had the measure formula. The quantifier incantation glowed and a mysterious energy covered Lu Ming's body. The terrifying cold aura would be absorbed by the quantifier incantation once it got close to Lu Ming. It had no effect on Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming, wait a minute. Your attack is useless. If you don't attack its core, it will be difficult to kill it. The measure formula said. Core. Where is the core of the vine? Lu Ming asked. This vine isn't an ordinary plant. It was born from the cold air. It must have a core. I can feel it. Move forward. The measure formula said. The head of the vine was a few thousand meters in length and width. It was huge. Lu Ming flew for a few hundred meters and saw that there were many thin vines above. They were intertwined with a crystal core that was the size of a human head. That's the core of the vine. If you break it, the vine will die. The measure formula said. All right. Without hesitation, Lu Ming was about to attack. At this moment, the vine seemed to have sensed danger. It crazily gathered cold air to attack Lu Ming like a storm. Facing such cold air, even a first sky god realm cultivator would be frozen to death. However, it didn't affect Lu Ming at all. The cold air was absorbed by the measure formula. It could also be used to balance the energy of the star's core. Moon slashing. Lu Ming circulated his divine power and slashed with his spear. Boom! The spear light hit the crystal core. The crystal core shook violently and then exploded. Asterisk roar, sizzle, asterisk the vine let out ear-piercing cries. Its huge body struggled and eventually fell to the ground. It stopped moving and stopped breathing. Dead. Dead? The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with astonishment. However, her condition was getting worse and worse. She was about to fall unconscious. Boom! The head of the vine exploded and Lu Ming appeared on the head of the vine. He glanced around and frowned when he saw the state of the beautiful lady. Should I save her? Lu Ming muttered. Given Lu Ming's character, he did not want to save her. This was because this lady had been after his life. Since she was an enemy, Lu Ming would definitely not be soft-hearted. However, this woman had saved his life twice. The first time he faced the white-haired young man and the second time he faced the vine. No matter what the other party's purpose was, she did save him. Especially this time, in order to save him, she sacrificed herself. Save her. In the end, Lu Ming whispered. He was a man of principles. Since the other party had saved him, he had to return the favor. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to the side of the beautiful woman. This woman has been hit by the vine. The cold intent has attacked her heart. She will be frozen to death in at most 10 minutes. The measure formula said. Lu Ming nodded and looked at the beautiful woman carefully. To be honest, the beautiful woman was really beautiful. The clothes on her body were torn by the vine, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Coupled with the fact that she was motionless and looked like she was at the mercy of others, she was full of fatal temptation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. You. What do you want to do? The beautiful woman said nervously. Her voice was weak. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled evilly. This smile made the woman's face turn pale and full of despair. I will ask you some questions. If you can answer them, I will consider letting you go. Lu Ming said. What do you want to ask? Ask away. The beautiful woman said. Why do you want to kill me? Why did you save me? Lu Ming asked. This was the biggest curiosity in his heart. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and seemed to be unwilling to say. You don't want to say it, right? If you don't want to say it, then don't blame me. Lu Ming smiled evilly and reached out to touch the beautiful woman's face. It was cold to the touch. A terrifying chill rushed to Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming used his divine force to dissolve it. Stop, stop, I will say it, the beautiful woman said in a panic. Lu Ming looked at the other party and didn't say anything, waiting for her to continue. Because if I don't kill you, I will marry you. If I don't want to marry you, I can only kill you. The beautiful woman said. What? What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded and thought that he had heard wrongly. You want to marry me? Beauty, we have never met before. Why do you want to marry me? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Are you the successor of Prince Jingyu? Suddenly, the beautiful woman said. Lu Ming was taken aback by these words and he almost jumped up. How did she know that Lu Ming was the successor of Jingyu? He didn't tell anyone about this. How did you know? Lu Ming's face darkened and his eyes flashed with killing intent. This matter couldn't be leaked out. Jingyu was framed in the past. He had terrifying enemies in the Taishu dynasty. If the secret of him being the successor of Jingyu was leaked out, he might be killed. My father told me. The beautiful woman said. Your father. Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart. Had he been exposed? My father is in the Starry Camp. When you were fighting in the Starry Camp, my father happened to pass by. My father recognized you. The beautiful woman said. Your father. Lu Ming whispered, but his mind was thinking quickly. Other than fighting with Leng Ying in the Starry Camp, he didn't fight with anyone else. Could it be that he was recognized by others? Who is your father? How did he recognize me? Also, what does this have to do with you marrying me? Lu Ming asked a few questions. My father is the teacher of Prince Jingyu. He has followed Prince Jingyu for countless years. My father can easily recognize his successor. The beautiful woman said. Jingyu's teacher. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. This was out of his expectation. My father is proficient in the art of divination. He once divined that the successor of Prince Jingyu is about to be born. Moreover, he swore that he would marry his daughter, which is me, to the successor of Prince Jingyu. My father believes that Prince Jingyu was wronged back then. He wants me to help Prince Jingyu's successor find out the truth of what happened back then. The beautiful woman continued. Chapter 30:12. My father wanted me to marry you, but I didn't want to marry you. So, I had to kill you. The beautiful lady's voice turned cold towards the end of her sentence. After listening to the beautiful lady's words, Lu Ming understood a lot. The beautiful lady's father was Jingyu's teacher and was proficient in the art of divination. He knew that Jingyu's successor was about to be born, so he wanted his daughter to marry Jingyu's successor. When the beautiful lady's father saw Lu Ming fighting with Leng Ying in the starry camp, he recognized Lu Ming's identity. No wonder the beautiful lady wanted to kill Lu Ming as soon as she saw him. Since you wanted to kill me, why did you save me? Lu Ming asked again. My father wanted me to marry you and protect you. So, if you want to die, you can only die in my hands. You can't die in the hands of others. The beautiful lady said. At this point, her voice became weaker and weaker. This logic is really weird. Lu Ming curled his lips and was speechless. However, according to this logic, it made sense. In this case, he had to save the beautiful lady even more. It wasn't because of her beauty, but because she was Jing Yu's teacher's daughter. It seemed that those who followed Jing Yu back then weren't completely suppressed. There were still some who were still alive. He would need their help to reverse Jing Yu's case in the future. Lu Ming squatted down and held the beautiful lady's hand. You. What are you doing? You said that you would let me go if I answered your question. You can't go back on your words. The peerless beauty was a little flustered. She thought that Lu Ming was going to do something bad to her. Why are you panicking? I'm saving you. Lu Ming smiled faintly and transferred a surge of divine force into the beautiful lady's body. However, the moment the divine force entered her body, it was frozen by the terrifying cold air in her body. Her body is completely frozen by the cold air. It's almost frozen to her heart and brain. If these two places are frozen, she will die. The quantifying formula said. Can you suck the cold air out of her body? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can, but I can't expose myself. Your palm is pressed against hers, and I'll draw out the cold chi from her body. But this way, the speed will be slower. The quantifying formula said. If the measure formula were to appear directly, the devouring power would envelop the beautiful woman and easily absorb the cold energy from her body. However, if that was the case, the measure formula would be exposed. The origin ancient characters must not be exposed now. Otherwise, it would bring about a great disaster. It doesn't matter if it's a bit slower. Lu Ming said. Then, he placed his palm against the beautiful woman's palm. The beautiful woman's palm had already been frozen into a block of ice. It was incomparably cold to the touch, as if it was a piece of 10,000-year-old profound ice. When they were pressed together, the measure formula erupted with a suction force that flowed along Lu Ming's palm and rushed into the other party's body. The cold air in the beautiful woman's body was continuously absorbed by Lu Ming's palm and then entered the measure formula. The peerless beauty blinked her eyes twice in curiosity. She didn't expect Lu Ming to have such a method. Originally, she thought she was dead for sure. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It came from the direction where Lu Ming and the rest came from. Someone's here. Lu Ming's face changed. He didn't expect that someone could find their way in here. In the next moment, 5 figures appeared in the underground space. It's them. Lu Ming recognized the 5 figures at a glance. They were the white-haired youth and the other 4 people that he had met before. The white-haired youth and the other 4 glanced around and their eyes fell on Lu Ming and the beautiful woman. When they saw the beautiful woman, they were shocked. However, after looking around, their eyes lit up. They weren't stupid. When they saw the vine's corpse and the situation of Lu Ming and the beautiful woman, how could they not figure it out? Ha ha ha, this is the 1,000 River Ice Vine. I didn't expect a 1,000 River Ice Vine to be born here. What great luck! A youth laughed excitedly when he saw the vine's corpse. His eyes were burning with passion. The greatest luck is that the 1,000 River Ice Vine has been killed. We don't have to take action. Ha ha ha. The other young man also laughed loudly. It's you guys. Get lost. The beautiful woman shouted coldly when she saw the white-haired youth and the rest. Yo yo yo. You're still so arrogant. Did we interrupt your date with your little lover? Hee hee, you're still so arrogant in your current state. you're really courting death." The white-haired youth shouted and stared at the beautiful woman with an unfriendly gaze. The beautiful woman was furious. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. If she wasn't frozen by the cold air, she would have immediately taught the white-haired youth and the rest a lesson. "What about me? Do you still want to deal with us in your current state? You can't even protect yourself." The white-haired youth looked at the beautiful woman and revealed an unscrupulous smile. "It's rare to see a beautiful woman like you. Don't worry. Before I kill you, I'll let you have a good time." Ha! At the end, the white-haired youth laughed lewdly. The beautiful woman's face turned pale. She naturally knew what the white-haired youth wanted to do. "Quick, Lu Ming, kill me. I beg you, kill me," the beautiful woman sent a message to Lu Ming. She would rather die than be humiliated by the white-haired youth. "How unlucky," Lu Ming muttered. He didn't expect the white-haired youth and the rest to come after he had just dealt with the vine. Lu Ming could escape from the white-haired youth and the rest. The key was that he hadn't obtained the gem on the vine. It would be a pity to leave like this. Moreover, he had to bring the beautiful woman with him. He might not be able to get away safely. Lu Ming's eyes turned and he began to think of a countermeasure. "Third brother, let's take action quickly. Let's get rid of this lad before anything happens," one of the youths said. "All right, leave this lad to me. You guys keep the corpse of the Thousand River Ice Vine and leave this place quickly." Having said that, the white-haired youth walked towards Lu Ming while the other youths walked towards the vine. One of the youths came under the vine and wanted to use a storage ring to keep the vine's corpse. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The vine that was motionless suddenly moved again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few vines danced like long snakes and attacked the youths. This situation greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. The vine was obviously lifeless. Why did it suddenly move again? Not only the white-haired youth, but even Lu Ming and the beautiful woman were stunned. Ah! Caught off guard, one of the youths was directly penetrated by a vine. Then, the vine swung and lifted the youth up, slamming him heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground shook and the youth was killed on the spot. Chapter 30:13. The white-haired young man and the others had a total of 5 people. The white-haired young man walked toward Lu Ming and the beautiful woman while the other 4 walked toward the Thousand River Ice Vine. The Thousand River Ice Vine suddenly attacked and killed one of the young men who was a 9th-layer heaven god. The other 8 vines danced wildly and attacked the other 3 young men. Bang! Bang! 2 of the young men reacted slightly faster and defended themselves with their attacks. However, they were still struck by the vines and were sent flying. They slammed into the wall and vomited blood. There was a woman who was not so lucky. She reacted slightly slower and was entangled by one of the vines. The temperature of the vines was shockingly low. As soon as the woman was entangled by the vines, her body was immediately covered with a layer of ice. The vines pulled the woman back toward its mouth. "Help, help!" The woman struggled desperately and screamed. "Let her go!" The white-haired young man roared and dashed toward the Thousand River Ice Vine. In the process, he turned into a frost lion and let out a roar. A terrifying gust of wind charged toward the Thousand River Ice Vine. Bang! Bang! The white-haired young man's attack landed on the Thousand River Ice Vine and caused a great impact. However, the vines were extremely tough and the white-haired young man's attack could not break them. The vines continued to pull the woman toward its mouth. "Help!" The woman screamed in despair. "Let's attack together." The white-haired young man roared and clawed at the vines with his sharp claws. Clang! 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 The sharp claws clashed with the vines, causing sparks to fly in all directions. However, they could only leave a few marks on the vines. Even the beautiful woman could not break the vines, let alone the white-haired young man. Meanwhile, the other two young men who were sent flying by the vines turned into frost lions and fought against the Thousand River Ice Vine. However, it was useless. Whoosh! The rattan wrapped around the woman and threw her into its mouth. The woman's screams came to an abrupt end, and there was no more sound coming from her. The mouth of the Thousand River Ice Vine was filled with a terrifying chill. The woman could not resist it after being thrown in. Roar! After swallowing the girl, the ice vine of 10,000 rivers roared as if it had gone mad. 9 vines shot towards the white-haired youth and the other 2. The sky was filled with the shadows of the vines, covering the white-haired youth and the other 2. At this moment, even if the white-haired young man and his 2 companions wanted to escape, it would be difficult for them to do so. They charged forward a few times, only to be blocked by the vines. "I'll fight you to the death," the white-haired young man bellowed as he clashed with the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine. "He's not as strong as before," Lu Ming muttered. He realized that the strength of the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine was much weaker than before. Otherwise, the white-haired young man and the others would have been in danger. But now, the white-haired youth and the other 2 were actually able to fight the Thousand River Ice Vine together. "I didn't expect this ice vine to have a secondary core," the quantifying formula said. "Secondary core?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "That's right. This Thousand Rivers Ice Vine, other than having a main crystal core, also has a secondary core. Just now, when you shattered the main core, the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine actually did not completely perish. During that period of time, it was awakening its secondary core. However, a secondary core is still a secondary core. It's far inferior to the primary core. It seems that this ice vine's spiritual intelligence has been greatly reduced. It has gone mad and only knows how to attack. Moreover, its strength has been greatly reduced," the quantifying formula explained. Lu Ming understood. He could not help but secretly rejoice. It turned out that the Thousand River Ice Vine had a secondary core. Fortunately, the white-haired youth and his companions came. Otherwise, if Lu Ming went to retrieve the gem on the Thousand River Ice Vine's head, the Thousand River Ice Vine would suddenly awaken and attack. The consequences would be unpredictable. This won't do. If this continues, the outcome will be determined soon. At that time, it will be disadvantageous for us. We have to quickly absorb the chill from her body. Old quantifying formula, can't you be faster? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the quantifying formula. If I'm faster, it will be easy to be exposed. Moreover, your palms are separated by her palms. It's too far away from her heart and brain. The heart and brain are fragile parts. If I increase my strength, the chill will hurt her heart and brain if something goes wrong, the quantifying formula said. Then how can I speed up? Lu Ming asked again. It's simple. You put one hand on her forehead and the other on her chest. In this way, when the distance is closer, I can perform better, the quantifying formula said. Huh? Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. It was fine to put his hand on her forehead, but to put it on her chest, this was a little, hurry up. You're a man, don't be so wishy-washy. When the outcome is determined, don't say that I didn't remind you, the quantifying formula said. Then. Okay. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and stared at the beautiful woman, saying, Miss, you see the situation now. In order to save you faster, I'm sorry to offend you. With that, Lu Ming placed one of his palms on the forehead of the extremely beautiful woman while the other palm moved toward her chest. You. What are you going to do? No, don't. The woman cried out. But Lu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to her. He put his palm directly on the woman's chest. It was soft and full of elasticity, which made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. The woman's voice stopped abruptly. She stared at Lu Ming with her big watery eyes. In her eyes, there were anger, shyness and other complicated emotions. Her snow-white face also turned red. Cough, cough, Being stared at like this, Lu Ming couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed even though he was thick-skinned. He coughed a few times and said to the quantifying formula, "Old quantifying formula, hurry up. Leave it to me." The quantifying formula glowed and a strong suction force flowed from Lu Ming's palm into the beautiful woman's heart and brain, absorbing the cold energy in her body. At this moment, the cold energy in her body was absorbed by the quantifying formula at an astonishing speed. The ice layer on her body quickly melted and disappeared. Her body gradually regained its temperature. At this moment, the battle between the three-headed snow lions and the Thousand River Ice Vine had reached its climax. Although the Thousand River Ice Vine only had a secondary core left, it had lost its intelligence and was completely crazy. Its combat strength was also very terrifying, suppressing the three-headed snow lions. Finally, one of the snow lions couldn't hold on any longer. Its head was pierced by an ice vine and it died on the spot. At this moment, only the white-haired young man and the other young man were left. "Third brother, what should we do? Are we going to die here?" the other young man said in fear. This young man was also a half-step divine king. His strength was slightly weaker than the white-haired young man, but he was still very strong. They had tried many times to rush out, but the 9 rattan vines had completely sealed off their escape route. Chapter 30:14. Today, we will only have a chance if we kill him. His vital point is his head. Let's work together and kill him. The white-haired youth was a decisive person. Since they could not escape, they could only fight with their lives on the line. The two of them communicated telepathically and came up with a plan. Roar! Roar! The 2 frost lions roared and unleashed their lion roar technique. The air was turbulent and a few rattans were blown away. Then, the 2 of them charged towards the rattan's head. However, there were 9 vines. Immediately, the other vines shot towards the 2 ice snow lions to kill them. "I will block the rattans. You go and kill him." At this moment, one of the frost lions roared. Divine power was burning all over his body. He opened his mouth and roared. Lions flew out from his mouth and charged towards the rattans. This was a secret technique that was formed by the condensation of divine power. This frost lion was going all out. He burned his divine power and unleashed a terrifying secret technique. Boom! 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 The lions charged out and crashed into the rattans. They managed to push the 9 rattans away temporarily. How could the white-haired youth miss such an opportunity? His body glowed. He roared and charged towards the ice vine's head. He waved his sharp claws and clawed at the ice vine's head. Roar! The Thousand River Ice Vine let out a loud roar and opened his mouth. Icicles shot out from his mouth and collided with the white-haired young man's claw. At the same time, the frost gem on the ice vine's head shone and a white light beam shot towards the white-haired youth. This light beam was extremely terrifying and its speed was shocking. Previously, even the beautiful lady and Lu Ming could not avoid it. The white-haired youth could not avoid it and was hit by the white light beam. Once he was hit by the white light beam, the white-haired youth's body stiffened. A layer of ice crystals appeared on the surface of his body at an alarming speed. The ice snow lion had cultivated cold attribute divine power to begin with. Furthermore, he had mastered divine grade divine power. However, he was still unable to withstand the chill of the light beam. Bam! The white-haired youth's huge body fell to the ground and he could not move. He was not dead yet. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. Roar! The other snow lion let out a roar of shock and anger. However, with only one frost lion left, it was even less of a match for the ice vines. The 9 ice vines danced crazily and attacked the frost lion like a storm. Soon, the ice snow lion could no longer withstand the attacks. Its body was hit continuously and it was severely injured. If we're going to die, let's die together. The ice snow lion had a crazed look in his eyes as he charged towards the ice vine. His body emitted a blinding white light. He was going to self-destruct. In the next moment, there was a terrifying explosion as the snow lion exploded. The terrifying energy swept through the entire underground space. Not good. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the beautiful woman's slender waist. His figure flashed and he retreated far away. He set up layers of defense in front of him to offset the impact of the outside world. When the light dissipated, the ice snow lion that had self-destructed had disappeared. The white-haired young man, who had been frozen and on the verge of death, had also perished. As for the Thousand Rivers ice vine, it was clearly injured as well. It was in the center of the explosion. There were several large holes in its head, and its aura was much weaker. Roar! The Thousand Rivers ice vine roared. Its furious eyes stared at Lu Ming and the beautiful woman. The 9 vines danced and rushed towards Lu Ming and the beautiful woman. Luckily, I made it in time. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a long breath. He let go of the beautiful woman and retreated quickly. Boom! Just as Lu Ming retreated, a powerful aura exploded from the beautiful woman. Lu Ming had finally absorbed the last bit of cold air from the beautiful woman's body. Once the cold air was absorbed, the beautiful woman's powerful cultivation was fully unleashed. Therefore, Lu Ming retreated quickly. Who knew if the beautiful woman would kill him after she recovered? The beautiful woman glanced at Lu Ming coldly. In the end, her figure flashed and she charged towards the Thousand Rivers ice vine. Go to hell! The beautiful woman shouted. Sword radiance shot out one after another towards the Thousand Rivers ice vine's head. The Thousand Rivers ice vine's strength was not as strong as before because of its secondary core. It had also been injured by the explosion of the ice snow lion and its strength had weakened significantly. As such, it was no match for the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman only needed to pay attention to the white light beam that she shot out. Swoosh! 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 Sword radiance shot towards the Thousand Rivers ice vine like a tidal wave. Some of the sword lights deflected the vines, while the rest of the sword lights slashed at the ice vine's head, leaving a sword wound on it. Roar! The Thousand Rivers ice vine roared crazily. It had no spiritual consciousness. Its head glowed and another light beam flew out from the gem. However, this time, the beautiful woman was prepared for it. She was far enough away and dodged the beam of light with a flash. Slash! The beautiful woman shouted. She held her sword with both hands and a terrifying sword radiance shot up to the sky. Then, the sword radiance slashed at the Thousand Rivers ice vine. The power of the sword radiance was too strong. It was an all-out attack from the beautiful woman. It deflected the 9 vines and slashed at the Thousand Rivers ice vine's head. Poof! The Thousand Rivers ice vine's head was split into 2. This time, the Thousand Rivers ice vine was dead. Its huge corpse fell heavily on the ground. After killing the Thousand Rivers ice vine, the beautiful woman turned around and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body tensed up and he was ready for a big fight. You saved my life this time and I'll let you off this time. The next time we meet, I won't let you off. Remember, the one who killed you is Lan Ling. After leaving these words coldly, the beautiful woman turned into a sword radiance and dashed into the tunnel. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Phew! After the beautiful woman left, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The beautiful woman had some conscience and did not continue to kill him. Otherwise, he would have to run for his life again. Lan Ling. Is that her name? Lu Ming muttered. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had mixed feelings. A beautiful woman appeared out of nowhere and said that she wanted to marry him. No one would be calm. I have to increase my strength quickly. Otherwise, I'll be hunted down by this crazy woman again. Lu Ming muttered and walked towards the Thousand Rivers ice vine. The Thousand River ice vine's head was split in half by Lan Ling. Its secondary core was also shattered by the destructive sword energy. It couldn't be more dead than it already was. Luckily, the frost gem is fine. Lu Ming looked at the gem on the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine's head. It was still intact. Luckily, the angle of Lan Ling's attack was slightly off. Otherwise, if the gem was shattered, Lu Ming would vomit blood. In a flash, Lu Ming came to the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine's head. He took out a battle sword and removed the frost gem from the Thousand Rivers Ice Vine's head. Chapter 30:15. The gemstone was extremely cold and emitted a terrifying chill. The quality of this gemstone is definitely not inferior to the Ice Jade Chilling Heart of the Ice Spirit clan. Lu Ming whispered. Kid, with this coldest gemstone, you can neutralize a part of the energy of the stellar core, and I can quickly refine a part of the energy. The quantifying formula said. Okay, then you can absorb it. Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming's glabella lit up, and the quantifying formula flew out and shone at the coldest gemstone. The coldest gemstone disappeared and was absorbed by the quantifying formula. After the quantifying formula absorbed the gemstone, it flew back to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and calmed down and began to refine the energy. Lu Ming sized it up. First, his gaze fell on the 9 vines of the Thousand River Ice Vine. The Thousand River Ice Vine was born naturally. It could be said that its entire body was a treasure. Lu Ming was especially envious of the 9 vines. In the previous battle, Lu Ming had seen the power of the 9 vines. Not only were they extremely tough, but they were also filled with a terrifying chill. If he could refine the 9 vines into the ice shackles, wouldn't the power of the ice shackles increase greatly? The power of the ice chains was not bad, but it also had a weakness, and that was its fragility. It was effective against cultivators of the same level, or even 2 or 3 levels higher. However, Lu Ming's enemies were often 4 or 5 levels higher than him, and the ice chains were easily defeated. However, if the vines were refined into the ice chains, the weakness of the ice chains would disappear, and its power would definitely skyrocket. Let's do it. However, there was a problem that gave Lu Ming a headache. How to cut off the vines. Lu Ming circled around the body of the Thousand River Ice Vine a few times, and his eyes lit up. Then, he took out a battle sword and cut at the place where the vines were connected to the head. The head of the Thousand River Ice Vine was not that hard. Soon, Lu Ming removed a vine. So heavy. Lu Ming grabbed the rattan and waved it slightly. The rattan danced and pierced through the air, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. It was extremely heavy and there was a gust of cold air that drilled into Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming was overjoyed instead of shocked. The more mysterious the vines were, the greater the benefits. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. With a thought, an ice chain flew out. Back then, he had refined a lump of cold liquid for this ice chain and it was the most powerful. Lu Ming had to first refine the rattan into this ice chain. Activating the ice shackles secret technique, the ice shackles wriggled and completely overlapped with the vines, and then began to refine them. Of course, this kind of rattan was incomparably tough. Refining it wasn't that easy. Lu Ming spent a full half a month to completely refine the rattan and merge it with the ice chains. With a thought, the ice shackles began to dance like a long snake. Hoo hoo hoo, the ice chains whipped the air, giving off a terrifying whistling sound. Bam! The ice chains whipped the ground, causing the ground to shake and gravel to splatter. A ravine a few meters deep was formed. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. One should know that the ground here had been eroded by the frigid underworld chi for many years and was already incomparably tough. However, after being whipped by the ice chains, it caused great damage. On the other hand, the ice chains were completely fine. Then, Lu Ming took out a high-grade divine sword and slashed it with all his might on the ice chains. Clang! Sparks flew and the divine sword buzzed non-stop. However, there was no mark on the ice chains. Tough, it was too tough. It had completely inherited the characteristics of the Thousand River Ice Rattan. Kid, you have a good idea. The Thousand River Ice Rattan is naturally bred by heaven and earth. It has endless potential and is far from reaching its peak. Therefore, as long as you refine its rattan into your secret technique, as your cultivation increases, the power of your secret technique will continue to increase. Measuring Formula said. Lu Ming also showed a look of joy and said, Old Liang, how's the refining of the energy going? Refining the energy naturally can't be done overnight. However, I've already refined a part of it. I can transfer it to you now. Measuring Formula said. Let's wait for a while. Let me refine the remaining rattan first. Lu Ming said. Next, Lu Ming continued to work hard. He cut off the remaining 8 rattan vines and refined them into his ice chains. Lu Ming found that it was more difficult to integrate the remaining ice chains with the rattan vines. It also took a longer time. In this way, Lu Ming used a full year's time to refine the remaining 8 rattan vines and integrate them into the ice chains. With a thought, the 9 ice chains danced and whistled in the air. With another thought, the 9 ice chains disappeared without a trace. He could use it freely. In that case, my battle prowess has increased a little. Lu Ming said with a smile. Currently, the 9 ice chains were extremely sturdy. They could be used for both offense and defense. Ordinary people would not be able to break them. As a result, Lu Ming's ability to protect himself had increased significantly. Old Liang, now, transfer the refined energy to me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Measuring Formula. Now, it was time to raise his cultivation. Alright, be careful. Measuring Formula said. Following it, a strong and pure energy surged out. Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed and began to cultivate by absorbing the energy. The energy was extremely pure. Lu Ming could easily refine it and convert it into his own god force. In his dantian, the 5 godly flames formed by the 5 different kinds of god force grew stronger. The 5 godly flames were initially equivalent to the first layer heaven god realm, but they were rapidly approaching the second layer heaven god realm. A few days later, the flames of the 5 godly flames suddenly skyrocketed and successfully reached the second layer heaven god realm. The improvement continued. 10 days later, the 5 godly flames reached the third layer heaven god realm. The speed was extremely shocking. This meant that Lu Ming was constantly breaking through the stages and breaking through realms. If he were to cultivate normally, it would definitely take a lot of time. A few hundred years was considered short. A few thousand years or even 10,000 years were considered normal. That was the benefit of having Measuring Formula. The 5 godly flames were still improving, approaching the 4th layer heaven god realm. However, when they reached the peak 3rd layer heaven god realm, they ran out of energy. The energy that emerged from Measuring Formula was completely refined. Is there any more? Lu Ming asked Measuring Formula eagerly. You should be satisfied to have so much energy in a year's time. Measuring Formula said. Lu Ming was speechless. However, on second thought, he should be satisfied. Without the frost gem, even with Measuring Formula, it would take a few hundred years to refine the energy of the stellar core. Now, Lu Ming should be satisfied to have achieved it in a year's time. Chapter 30:16. However, there's still a lot of energy left in the extreme frost gem. It can also neutralize the energy of many stellar cores. Wait for a while. The Measuring Character Formula said. Lu Ming nodded and immediately started cultivating. This underground space was very remote. It was located in the frigid nether forbidden land and almost no one came here. Since Lan Ling left, no one else came here. Lu Ming was also happy to be free and focused on cultivating. When the Measuring Character Formula didn't give him energy, Lu Ming would focus on comprehending divine skills and secret arts. When there was energy, Lu Ming would refine it. Every few months, the Measuring Character Formula would give him a surge of energy. Just like that, another 2 years passed. Lu Ming had stayed here for more than 3 years. In these 3 years, Lu Ming's cultivation increased rapidly. In the beginning, the 5 divine flames condensed from divine-grade divine force were all raised to the same level as the sovereign's divine force and imperishable sword force. Then, the 9 divine forces broke through at the same time. Just a few days ago, Lu Ming successfully broke through to the 5th level of the heavenly god realm. The 9 divine forces in his body all broke through to the 5th level of the heavenly god realm. This made Lu Ming's battle strength soar. With my current battle strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with that white-haired youth. Lu Ming muttered to himself, secretly estimating his own strength. That white-haired youth was a half-step god-king realm. His divine force awakened was around 60 to 70%. 3 years ago, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't be his opponent. But now, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat this person. Lu Ming estimated that his current strength should be around the half-step god-king realm. His divine force awakened was around 80 to 90%. The comparison of strength here referred to the geniuses who had divine power. Those who didn't control divine-grade divine force wouldn't have awakened their divine force. However, compared to someone as strong as Lan Ling, Lu Ming was probably not her match. My offensive divine skill is still at the 7th level. If I can break through to the 8th level, my strength will be stronger. Lu Ming pondered. However, this level of strength was already considered top-notch among this batch of geniuses who had entered Star Moon Ancient City. After all, there were only a few peerless geniuses who had awakened the divine power of origin. It's a pity that the energy of the coldest gem has been used up. Otherwise, I could have continued to break through. Lu Ming muttered, then shook his head. He knew that he had been too greedy. This time, not only did his other 5 divine-grade divine powers improve, but his cultivation had also broken through a level. This was already a great harvest. One had to know that he had broken through 9 types of godly power at the same time. The amount of energy he needed was too terrifying. If he had only cultivated one type of energy, he would have definitely improved by more than 1 level. I've already wasted 3 years. It's time for me to go out for a walk. It's not easy for me to come to Star Moon Ancient City. I can't waste time like this. Lu Ming smiled and left. Not long after, Lu Ming landed on the ground and flew out of the frigid underworld Forbidden Land. Very few people came to the frigid underworld Forbidden Land. Lu Ming flew all the way and did not meet anyone. Not long after, Lu Ming left the frigid underworld Forbidden Land. After leaving the frigid underworld Forbidden Land, Lu Ming took out a map and looked at it. This map was naturally the one that Wu Zixiong had given him. Soon, Lu Ming locked onto the location. Myriad God Cliff. On the map, there was a large circle that was marked with large black letters. This was an important place in Star Moon Ancient City. Wu Zixiong and the others had mentioned before that Lu Ming could cultivate at the Myriad God Cliff when he was free. This was because this place could help one awaken the divine power of origin. It was said that many people had awakened their divine power of origin at the Myriad God Cliff. Some people had also awakened their divine power of origin after cultivating at the Myriad God Cliff and returning to the Starry Sky Camp. This was a must-visit place to enter Star Moon Ancient City. A few years ago, Lu Ming would have already gone there if it wasn't for the fact that he was looking for the absolute frost treasure to increase his strength. However, it wasn't too late to go there now. Lu Ming followed the map and headed towards the Myriad God Cliff. 2 days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Myriad God Cliff. The Myriad God Cliff was a cliff. However, this cliff was very majestic. It was hundreds of thousands of feet high and there were statues carved on the cliff. The statues were of different sizes and they were carved with different kinds of gods. Some were ferocious, some were majestic, some were terrifying. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 statues. It was said that these statues were all carved with the primordial gods. In the sky outside the Myriad God Cliff, there were many stone platforms floating in the air. These stone platforms were very large. Each of them was 10 miles long and wide. From high to low, from far to near, they were like stairs floating in the air. On each of these stone platforms, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. There was only one figure on each stone platform. There were also many figures standing in the void outside the stone platforms, watching from afar. Lu Ming flew over. Many people glanced at Lu Ming and ignored Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had passed the heavenly gate and many people knew him, they didn't take him seriously because his cultivation was very low. Lu Ming didn't care and looked forward. There was a person sitting cross-legged on each stone platform. There was a layer of light covering each person's body. "Brother, why is there only one person on each stone platform? Can't others go up?" Lu Ming asked an honest-looking young man beside him. "You just arrived, right?" The honest-looking young man glanced at him. Yes, yes," Lu Ming said with a smile. Legend has it that these stone platforms were used by the ancient gods during the early days of the heavenly palace to observe the cultivation of the myriad deity cliff. The ancient gods were very large, so the stone platforms are so big. Moreover, each stone platform can only accommodate one person at a time. If there are too many people, they will be bounced off. The honest-looking young man explained. "I see." Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder there was only one person on each stone platform. If the stone platforms are occupied by them, won't we have no chance? Lu Ming asked again. Of course there is a chance, but everything depends on one's strength. The honest-looking young man said. Strength? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. These stone platforms were set up with powerful restrictions in the early days of the heavenly palace. They operate according to certain rules. When a person cultivates on a stone platform, the formation on the stone platform will protect him. The honest-looking young man explained. Lu Ming nodded. There was a layer of light covering each person on the stone platform. That was the protective power of the formation. With the protection of the formation, you can cultivate in peace. Others can't attack you, but this protection has a time limit. After 3 months, this protection will disappear. Of course, it will only disappear for a day. After a day, the protective power of the formation will reappear. Therefore, today is the day to fight for the stone platforms. The honest-looking young man said. Chapter 30:17. After hearing the young man's explanation, Lu Ming roughly understood the rules of cultivation here. Every single one of the stone platforms was protected by a formation for a period of 3 months. After 3 months, the protection of the formation would disappear. The time limit was 1 day. On that day, the others could compete for the stone platform. Whoever defeated the person on the stone platform could replace the other person and cultivate on the stone platform for 3 months. In other words, one would have to accept a challenge on the stone platform every 3 months. If one could defeat the challenger, they could continue cultivating. The higher the stone platform, the closer it is to the myriad deity cliff, the better the effect of cultivation. Therefore, one can also challenge the higher the stone platform. However, the higher the stone platform, the stronger the person is. Ordinary people are no match for them. The young man explained. Lu Ming nodded and looked at the stone platform at the top. There were a total of 3 stone platforms at the top closest to the myriad deity cliff. There were 3 figures sitting cross-legged on them. It's him. Lu Ming knew one of them. He was one of the 4 supreme talents who had passed the heaven gate. He was a half-step divine king because he had awakened his origin divine force factor. Although the other 2 had not awakened their origin divine force factor, their strength should be extremely shocking. Then, Lu Ming's gaze shifted downwards. He realized that there were a total of 108 stone platforms. Lu Ming knew some of the stone platforms. The Qin family and the Jin family. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with coldness. On a few stone platforms, there were people from the Qin family sitting cross-legged. These people were the ones who wanted to kill Lu Ming. In addition, there were also people from the Jin family. Jin Xing was one of them. They are all here, hee. Lu Ming sneered and said coldly. By the way, brother, how long can everyone cultivate on the stone platforms? Lu Ming asked again. Everyone can cultivate for 3 years. After 3 years, you can't go up unless you come in again. The young man explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder some of the peak-level geniuses weren't here. Logically speaking, these geniuses wouldn't miss out on a place like this. It seemed like some of the geniuses had already been cultivating for 3 years, while others might not be in a hurry. After all, they could stay in Star Moon Ancient City for 10 years. Everyone stood in the void and waited quietly. Many of them were prepared to fight at any time. There were too many wolves and too little meat. There were only 108 stone platforms, but there were over 1,000 people here. Even if each person could only cultivate for 3 years, there were still many people who couldn't go up to cultivate. If they wanted to go up to cultivate, they could only compete with their own strength. Soon, a day passed. Someone's 3 months are almost up. Suddenly, someone spoke, his eyes shining. Many people's gazes fell on a young man with a scale between his eyebrows in the bottom row. A member of the Qin clan. What a coincidence. I want this seat. Lu Ming muttered. At this moment, the light barrier around the Qin family's heavens chosen suddenly began to shine brightly. When the light reached its limit, it quickly dimmed and the Qin family's heavens chosen opened his eyes. At the same time, at least 100 figures rushed out and rushed towards the stone platform. I want this stone platform. Who do you think you are? Get lost. This opportunity to challenge is mine. Mine. Angry roars could be heard. Then, a bright divine light filled the air. Over 100 people were fighting fiercely in the air. Everyone wanted to step onto the stone platform to obtain the right to challenge. Whoever stepped onto the stone platform first would have the right to challenge. Boom. 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 In the void, there were continuous roars and terrifying explosions. All kinds of divine light and attacks were constantly colliding. However, the young men who were cultivating on the stone platforms didn't seem to feel anything at all. Obviously, the light barrier formed by the formation was protecting them. It even isolated them from the outside world. This way, they could cultivate in peace and not be disturbed by the outside world. A total of over 100 heavens chosen fought fiercely. For a moment, no one could step onto the stone platform. That was because if anyone approached the stone platform, they would be attacked by the others. Ah! A scream was heard. One of the heavens chosen wanted to rush onto the stone platform but was attacked by the others. Dozens of divine light drowned the heavens chosen. After a scream, the heavens chosen vanished into thin air and nothing was left. The killing continued. There were people who were injured and people who were forced to withdraw. Some of the remaining people didn't make a move. Some of them knew that they weren't strong enough and wouldn't be able to compete. I want this stone platform. At that moment, Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, his body moved like a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the stone platform. His speed was shocking as he rapidly approached the stone platform. However, the others also noticed Lu Ming. You're courting death. Get lost. Many people attacked. In an instant, dozens of divine light shot towards Lu Ming. Rock of the Ninth Heaven. Lu Ming bellowed and cast the 9 heavens Kuanpeng technique. His divine power condensed into a Kuanpeng. He flapped his wings and his body suddenly accelerated, avoiding the attacks. The next moment, he landed on the stone platform. He's so fast. Many people were shocked. In that instant, they didn't have time to attack. Then, many people sighed. It seemed that they wouldn't have a share of the stone platform. Once someone stepped onto the stone platform, it would be useless for others to compete. Seeing Lu Ming step onto the stone platform, the battle in the sky stopped and everyone looked at Lu Ming. Stepping onto the stone platform was only the first step. If one wanted to obtain the right to cultivate on the stone platform, they would have to defeat the person who had cultivated before them. Unless the other party voluntarily withdrew after 3 years. Lu Ming, It's you. The Heaven's Chosen of the Qin clan looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Of course it's me. It's time to settle the score with you all for surrounding me that day. Lu Ming said coldly. Settle the score? Ha, you think you can do that? The Heaven's Chosen of the Qin clan sneered and emitted a powerful aura. 9th layer Heaven God Realm. This Heaven's Chosen of the Qin clan had a cultivation of the 9th layer Heaven God Realm. This time, he had cultivated on the stone platform for half a year, and his god force had awakened by a lot, reaching 50%. Lu Ming wanted to settle the score with him. Courting death. Bang! Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He took a step forward and a powerful aura rose. The god force in his body burst out. The god force on the surface of his body danced like flames. Then, the battle character art was activated. However, Lu Ming didn't use the ancient god body. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he didn't need to use the ancient god body to deal with a 9th layer Heaven God Realm genius whose god force had awakened by 50%. A terrifying aura surged toward the Heaven's Chosen of the Qin clan. The Heaven's Chosen of the Qin clan widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Your aura, how is this possible?" The young man of the Qin clan was frightened. How could a 5th layer Heaven God Realm cultivator have such a terrifying aura? Chapter 30:18. The divine power in Lu Ming's body surged, forming a shockwave that dashed in all directions. The aura was so powerful that it shocked not only the Qin family's elites but also the surrounding people. They could not help but widen their eyes. His aura was even stronger than the Qin family's level 9 heavenly god. Ice chain. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Then, 9 ice chains shot out from his body. 7 wound divine fist. At this moment, the Qin family's prodigy finally reacted. He roared as his body glowed and threw out a punch. A giant fist print as big as a mountain pressed down on Lu Ming. Bam! 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 3 of the ice chains struck the opponent's fist imprints. The fist imprints trembled and exploded, but the ice chains were completely fine. After refining the 9 vines of the 1000 River Ice Vine, the ice chains were extremely tough. It was impossible for the prodigy to break them. The other 6 ice chains flew forward and continued to attack the Qin family's prodigy. The Qin family's prodigy was shocked. He unleashed all his strength and even injured himself to increase the power of the 7-wound divine fist. Boom! Boom! He threw out a few more punches in an attempt to break the ice chains. However, after the ice chains collided with the fist print, they only bounced slightly and changed their direction. Then, they continued to attack the Qin family's prodigy. Poof poof, a few ice chains pierced through the Qin family's prodigy's defense and wrapped around him. A terrifying chill spread out and a layer of ice appeared on the Qin family's prodigy's body. He couldn't move at all. Spare me, the Qin family's prodigy was scared to death and screamed. Outside the stone platform, the others were also dumbfounded. It ended just like that. The Qin family's prodigy was defeated in just a few moves. Wasn't it a little too fast? What a powerful secret skill. Lu Ming's secret skill is so powerful. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He's only a level 5 heavenly god. No wonder he could pass the gate of heaven. Many people exclaimed. You wanted to kill me before and now you're begging for mercy. Is that possible? Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. With a thought, a chain of ice shot out like a sharp spear, piercing towards the other party's forehead. Puff! The other party's glabella was pierced through. He struggled for a moment before falling. Then, with a swing of the ice shackles, the corpse was flung out of the stone platform. After dealing with the genius of the Qin clan, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and waited for the day to pass. There was only one chance to challenge. Since Lu Ming had succeeded in his challenge, the others could not continue to challenge. If they wanted to challenge again, they could only wait for 3 months. Soon, the day arrived. A light screen appeared on the stone platform, enveloping Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming's vision turned black, and he sank into complete darkness. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a terrifying explosion coming from outside. Heaven and earth shook violently. Lu Ming quickly opened his eyes and was shocked by the scene in front of him. In the starry sky of the universe, a group of giants were fighting. The so-called giants were because their bodies were too huge. Each of the giants stood in the starry sky of the universe. They were shockingly burly. Their fists were bigger than a planet. They were ancient gods or primitive divine spirits. Lu Ming's heart was beating violently. The giants in front of him were all primitive divine spirits. A group of primitive divine spirits were fighting fiercely. The starry sky of the universe was boiling. Stars were falling like meteors, and some stars were exploding like fireworks. Heaven and earth were destroyed. This was the real destruction of heaven and earth. In such a battle, a galaxy would be destroyed in a short time. Not good. Suddenly, Lu Ming's face changed drastically. This was because he saw a beam of divine power rushing towards him. This divine power was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. After awakening his divine power origin factor, it was somewhat similar to this aura. However, it was still worlds apart. It was a difference in essence. This was because this was the divine power origin that primitive divine spirits controlled. Lu Ming's heart was in his throat. His body was tense. He wanted to escape, but he realized that he could not. Am I going to die here? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The divine power gave him a terrifying feeling. If he was hit, there would be nothing left of him. Not to mention him, even a peak divine king or someone above the divine king realm would be killed instantly in the face of such a divine power. The speed of the divine power was too fast. Lu Ming only had a few thoughts before the divine power bombarded his body. However, Lu Ming did not feel anything at all. Huh? Lu Ming looked at himself and touched himself. He found that he was fine. It was as if he was transparent. The divine power rushed through his body and bombarded a huge planet in the distance. The planet exploded with a bang. I'm fine. Are these all illusions? Lu Ming swallowed his saliva and heaved a sigh of relief. Next, he observed carefully. Sure enough, all of these were illusions and not real. Perhaps, they were projections from countless years ago. Then, Lu Ming thought of the god statues on the myriad deity cliff. Perhaps, these were projections from those god statues. However, I can feel the fluctuation of the divine power. Different primordial divine spirits control different divine powers. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he observed carefully. These primitive divine spirits controlled different origin divine powers. Many of the divine grade divine powers could be traced back to these origin divine powers. If he could find a divine grade divine power of the same origin as the one he controlled, he would definitely benefit greatly from it. No wonder it was said that this place was very useful for comprehending divine power. It could even awaken the origin divine power. I control 7 types of divine grade divine powers. Which one should I cultivate first? I'd better cultivate the Sovereign's God Force first. In the end, Lu Ming decided to cultivate the Sovereign's God Force first. The Sovereign's God Force was the first divine grade divine power he had controlled, and his comprehension of it was also the deepest. It would be easier to cultivate. But first, he had to find a primitive divine spirit that controlled the same origin divine power as the Sovereign's God Force. Let's go. Lu Ming tried to move. With a thought, his body flew out at an unimaginable speed. Around him, numerous primitive divine spirits were fighting fiercely, but Lu Ming was completely unaffected. His body passed right through them. That's the origin divine power of the sun. Lu Ming saw a primordial divine power emitting a glow that was brighter than a star. It went berserk, grabbing a star as a weapon and throwing it at its enemy. It was extremely ferocious. The divine power that this primordial divine spirit controlled was the origin divine power that was similar to the divine power of the sun. Lu Ming also happened to be in control of the sun divine power. I'd better find the origin divine power of the sovereign's god force first. Lu Ming suppressed his desire and continued searching. Chapter 30:19. Lu Ming continued his search. Not long after, he finally found something. It was a primordial god, shrouded in a purplish gold radiance that obscured its appearance. However, the strange thing was that this primordial god wasn't very big. It was only about 100 meters tall. Compared to the other primordial gods that were larger than a planet, it was like a speck of dust. However, the aura it exuded wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger. When it punched out, the force of its punch could pierce through several planets and force a primordial god to retreat. How terrifying! This is the origin power of a sovereign's god force. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He stood not far away and observed carefully, trying to comprehend it. Being able to observe the origin power of a primordial god at such a close distance had greatly affected him. What an exquisite divine power, what a terrifying divine power. I originally thought that divine-grade divine power was the strongest divine power, but compared to this origin divine power, it's trash. No, it's even worse than trash. Lu Ming exclaimed. It was like a shriveled sponge that was crazily absorbing nutrients. Lu Ming lost track of time as he immersed himself in comprehending the sovereign's god force. Originally, his comprehension of the sovereign's god force wasn't deep. His awakening level wasn't even 10%, maybe 2%. He was still a long way from truly awakening it. But now, his awakening level was rapidly increasing. Awakening level was 2%, 3%, 4%, after an unknown amount of time, his awakening level reached 20%. This speed of improvement was shocking. Lu Ming felt that his use of the sovereign's god force had improved. Of course, the lower the awakening level, the easier it was to awaken it. The higher the awakening level, the harder and slower it would be to improve it. At this time, Lu Ming felt a force acting on him. His vision darkened again. In the next moment, there was a flash of light. He opened his eyes and found that he was still sitting cross-legged on the stone platform. Lu Ming knew that the 3-month period was up. The layer of light shield disappeared from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming stood up and looked around, waiting for the others to challenge him. However, for a moment, no one dared to rush forward. 3 months ago, the strength that Lu Ming displayed was truly shocking. A 9th-level heavenly god genius was killed by Lu Ming in just a few moves. Without confidence, how could they dare to challenge Lu Ming? Lu Ming is too strong. I'm no match for him. Let's wait for someone else's stone platform. That's right. There are a total of 108 stone platforms. On average, someone's time is up in less than a day. Let's wait a little longer. Some people were discussing. Lu Ming waited for a long time, but no one challenged him. It seems like no one is going to challenge me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. However, he did not sit cross-legged. His gaze landed on the stone platform above. The higher it was, the closer it was to the myriad god cliff's stone platform, the better the effect. Lu Ming was no longer satisfied with his current stone platform. He wanted to find a better one. After all, each person could only cultivate for 3 years. He couldn't afford to waste his time. Could it be that Lu Ming wants a higher stone platform too? The crowd guessed after seeing Lu Ming's condition. At the same time, many people's eyes flickered. If Lu Ming left his current stone platform, it would be ownerless, thus they could compete for it. At this moment, on the row of stone platforms above Lu Ming, someone's body was suffused with radiance. The time was almost up. What a coincidence! Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The person was none other than Jin Xing. Lu Ming was initially considering if he should purposely wait for Jin Xing's time to come and chase him off the stone platform. To his surprise, Jin Xing's time was up. What could it be if it wasn't a coincidence? Jin Xing opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming moved at an alarming speed. In a flash, he appeared on Jin Xing's stone platform. Lu Ming. Jin Xing's expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming took a step forward and attacked. The ice shackles flew out and wrapped around Jin Xing. However, just as Lu Ming attacked, Jin Xing also moved. He turned into a ray of golden light and rushed out of the stone platform. Jin Xing was indeed one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family. He was very decisive. The moment he saw Lu Ming, he knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. Without any hesitation, he rushed out of the stone platform. In this way, when Lu Ming's attack reached him, he had already left. In an instant, he had rushed out of the stone platform. This guy runs pretty fast. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming, I won't let you off so easily. Jin Xing stood in the crowd, his eyes cold. Charge! That stone platform is mine. At this moment, many people reacted and rushed toward the stone platform that Lu Ming was on. The curtains of a chaotic battle were raised once again. After a chaotic battle, the stone platform was finally occupied by a 9th-level heavenly god. As for Lu Ming, since he had defeated Jin Xing, no one could challenge him. Let's see the effects of this stone platform first. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. A day later, a light screen enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's vision turned dark again. In the next moment, he arrived in another part of the universe and saw a group of primitive godly spirits fighting fiercely. This time, Lu Ming quickly found the origin of the sovereign's god force and began to comprehend it. The effects of the higher stone platforms were indeed different. It was clearer to comprehend. Lu Ming's awakening of the sovereign's god force was increasing at an even faster speed. The further one went, the harder it was to improve. However, the effects here were also better. Lu Ming's improvement speed was even faster. 3 months later, his awakening had reached about 45%. Are other people's improvement speed that fast? Lu Ming could not help but think so. Based on his improvement speed, it would not be long before he reached 80 or 90%. Were other people's improvement speed that fast? Based on his previous observations, it did not seem to be the case. I'm indeed a cultivation genius. Lu Ming smiled very narcissistically. Then, he stood up and waited for the others to challenge him. Many people hesitated. For a time, no one challenged Lu Ming. I'll fight him. Finally, someone could not help but rush onto the stone platform and stand opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let's fight. It's just a spar, not a fight to the death. What do you think? The young man said. He was not confident about facing Lu Ming, which was why he said that. Sure. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He had no enmity with this person, so there was no need to fight to the death. Boom! The young man's aura completely erupted. His god force burned fiercely. The young man's cultivation was infinitely close to the half-step godly king realm. Chapter 30-20. The youth that challenged Lu Ming was close to the half-step divine king realm. His aura was surging. Lu Ming, take my strongest move. The youth roared as a battle axe appeared in his hand. The battle axe expanded rapidly and became 10,000 meters wide. Slash! The youth roared as he merged with his battle axe and slashed at Lu Ming with all his might. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle symbol art and quadrupled his combat strength. 9 ice chains flew out and enveloped Lu Ming tightly. Boom! The battle axe chopped down on the ice chain defense, and a violent roar broke out. Strong chi overflowed, and shock waves spread out in all directions. The ice chains shook a few times and remained unharmed. Lu Ming did not move an inch. On the contrary, the youth was pushed back by the rebounding force. He landed on the stone platform and took a few steps back. Powerful. I am not your opponent. Goodbye. The youth cupped his fists and left the stone platform. He had already used his strongest move. Knowing that he was not Lu Ming's opponent, he admitted defeat and left. Lu Ming did not take it to heart. After giving a faint smile, he shifted his gaze to the stone platform above. He had already sensed the stone platform here. Although the cultivation speed was not bad, there were better ones. Why not choose a better one? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the first and second rows. This was his target. On the first row, there was a peerless genius who had awakened his divine origin power. Lu Ming was not his opponent yet. Naturally, he would not challenge him. As for the other two people, Lu Ming reckoned that they were also very close to awakening the origin divine power factor. The degree of divine power awakening was estimated to be more than 90%. Lu Ming was not confident of defeating them. Lu Ming looked at the second row again. Lu Ming planned to challenge the second row first. He would challenge the geniuses on the first row after his divine power had awakened to a higher degree. Lu Ming waited quietly. In the second row, Lu Ming found people from the Qin and Jin families. Each of the two clans had a prodigy in the second row. Just the two of you. Lu Ming planned to challenge the two geniuses of the Qin clan and Jin clan when their time was up. Whoever arrived first would be challenged. Not long after, it was time for someone in the third row. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't make a move. Lu Ming is actually not making a move. Could it be that he's waiting for the second row or the first row? Someone guessed in surprise. Wait for the second and first rows? It couldn't be. Was Lu Ming that strong? You should know that the first 3 rows are all half-step Divine King Realm geniuses, and their awakened divine force is not weak. Look at the genius in the third row. He's not challenging anyone, and he's just standing there without cultivating. He must be thinking of challenging the people above. Many people were discussing this matter. However, no one dared to challenge the genius in the third row. That genius was very strong, and there were no half-step divine kings among them. Generally speaking, a half-step divine king genius would be able to get a spot without any pressure. Only those below the half-step divine king realm would fight for it. After waiting for a day, no one dared to challenge him. That youth continued to cultivate. On the other hand, Lu Ming stood on the stone platform and continued to wait. His body was covered by a layer of light. There was a lot of freedom to cultivate here. Even if a day was up, he could choose not to cultivate. Just like Lu Ming, if a day had passed, as long as he didn't enter into a state of cultivation, he wouldn't enter the starry sky to cultivate. It would only be a waste of time if he continued to wait. Just like that, Lu Ming waited for another 2 days. On this day, there was finally some movement on the second row. A young man in a golden robe was emitting light from his body. It's finally time. Lu Ming murmured, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This young man in a golden robe was indeed a genius of the Jin clan. The young man from the Jin clan opened his eyes. However, he was still sitting there quietly, without any intention of getting up. This was because he didn't think anyone would dare to challenge him. However, in the next moment, his eyes narrowed. This was because there was an additional person on his stone platform. Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately rushed to his stone platform. It's you, Lu Ming. You want to challenge me? The genius from the Jin clan was slightly stunned when he saw Lu Ming. He was clearly surprised. Can't I? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course you can. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The young man from the Jin clan smiled sinisterly. Jin Ju, don't underestimate him. He killed Qin Mu in a few moves. At this moment, Jin Xing transmitted his voice. Jin Xing hadn't left and was watching from afar. He reminded him. Kill Qin Mu. Jin Ju was slightly stunned. Then, he said, it seems that your strength is beyond my expectations. Although he said that, Jin Ju was still very confident. Qin Mu was only a 9th-level heaven god. On the other hand, Jin Ju was a half-step divine king. Moreover, his god force had awakened to around 60%. His strength was far beyond Qin Mu's. While the two of them were talking, the others had already started fighting for Lu Ming's stone platform. Lu Ming and Jin Ju didn't make a move. They were waiting for the others to decide the winner before making a move. Not long later, when Lu Ming arrived at the stone platform, the famous flower was taken by a young man. "Now, it's your turn." Jin Ju looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. His body was emitting a golden light. The golden radiance was incomparably dense. It was like a golden armor that enveloped him. Bang! Jin Ju stepped forward. His palm turned pure golden. A golden battle sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming let out a roar. His body swelled and he transformed into an ancient god. Facing a half-step divine king prodigy, Lu Ming had to use his ancient god body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for his opponent in his normal form. However, Lu Ming also had some reservations. After unleashing the ancient god body, his battle word tactic only triggered a doubling of his combat ability. It was fine as long as it was enough. Break the void, Lu Ming stabbed his spear. A spear light clashed with his opponent's golden sword light, creating a terrifying shockwave. Dong! After Lu Ming made his move, he stepped forward and attacked continuously. He waved his spear and launched a storm-like attack. Sword of breaking the void. Jin Ju roared. Golden divine light surged and slashed out golden sword marks. These sword marks were terrifying. They were extremely sharp and seemed to be able to cut through everything. Clang! Clang! In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged dozens of blows. Jin family's secret technique of breaking the void is indeed powerful. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim at the power of Jin family's secret technique. Jin family was one of the top families in 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. It wasn't just for show, it was because of their strength. Ice shackles. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming willed and 9 ice shackles flew out. Chapter 30-21. 9 ice chains wrapped around Jin Ju, exuding a terrifying chill. Break! Jin Ju roared. The void-severing sword slashed at the ice chains, trying to break them. However, after a series of metallic clangs and sparks, the ice chains were undamaged. They were only sent flying by the powerful force. However, after the ice chains flew out, they turned and continued to attack Jin Ju. How is it possible that it's so tough? Jin Ju's expression changed. The ice chains were merely condensed by Lu Ming using a secret skill. They were not divine weapons. He had executed the void-severing sword, but he could not sever them. This was beyond his expectations. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming had also charged forward. His long spear slashed down, and a crescent-shaped spear radiance slashed at Jin Ju. Jin Ju hurriedly blocked. Although he managed to block Lu Ming's attack, the ice chains attacked him again. Clang! 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 He brandished his sword and continuously slashed at the ice chains, knocking them away. However, the terrifying chill of the ice chains followed Jin Ju's battle sword and crawled toward his body. The 9th ice chain was even more terrifying. Under the stimulation of the divine power of Moon, its power became more and more terrifying. The golden radiance on Jin Ju's body was covered in a layer of frost. His movements also became somewhat stiff, and his strength was greatly affected. Kill! Lu Ming roared. He took the opportunity to launch a flurry of attacks to suppress Jin Ju. In fact, Lu Ming could easily crush Jin Ju if he used his full strength. However, Lu Ming felt that there would be more battles later. It was better to preserve some trump cards. Bam! After a few more moves, Jin Ju was swept by Lu Ming's spear radiance. The protective divine power covering his body shattered, and he was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. "Damn it, kid, I'll settle this score another day," Jinju roared. He stomped his foot and was about to rush out of the stone platform. "Another day? You want another day? How naive." Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. The 9 ice chains rapidly lengthened and danced in the air like an inescapable net, cutting off Jinju's path of retreat. Boom! Jinju's attack landed on the ice shackles. The ice shackles only shook, but Jinju's figure was blocked. "Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to kill me. You dare!" Jinju roared. He was the top genius of the Jin clan. The Jin clan was one of the top clans in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Ming, a trash from the Qin Tian Star Field, dared to kill him? Hee hee. What answered him was Lu Ming's cold sneer. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward. His spear light was like a mountain, pressing down on Jinju. Bang! Jinju was even less of a match for Lu Ming. He was sent flying by a single move, crashing into the ice chains. He was heavily injured and coughed up blood. Whoosh! The ice shackles took the opportunity to entangle Jinju. Let me go. Lu Ming, I order you to let me go. Jinju roared. Order me? You're just a prisoner and you dare to order me around? Are you out of your mind? Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. He waved the ice shackles and smashed Jinju heavily on the ground. Suddenly, Jinju was smashed into a dead dog. Lu Ming, you better let him go. Otherwise, my Jin clan will not let you go. You should know the power of my Jin clan in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Outside the arena, Jin Xing yelled and threatened Lu Ming. Kid, let me go. I don't believe you dare to kill me. Jinju roared. At this time, he still did not believe that Lu Ming would dare to kill him, especially in front of everyone. What an idiot. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming sighed. Then, an incomparably cold murderous intent spread out. Being shrouded by this murderous intent, Jinju shuddered. At this moment, his heart was cold and his eyes were filled with fear. He had a feeling that Lu Ming would really kill him. Lu Ming really dared to do so. No, don't, Jinju roared in horror. He was finally afraid. Don't want. I want it. Lu Ming said indifferently and stabbed out with his spear, piercing through Jinju's glabella. Jinju twitched and stopped breathing. He was killed on the spot by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, outside the field, Jinju roared in anger. He did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to kill a top genius of the Jin clan. Was he not afraid of the Jin clan's revenge? I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. I don't care who they are. Lu Ming said coldly. He had experienced so much along the way and understood a principle. You must be ruthless to your enemies. If you have the chance to kill them, you must kill them. Because your enemies will not give up just because you let them go. On the contrary, they will take revenge even more fiercely. Even if he did not kill Jinju, the Jin clan would not let him go. Since that was the case, why not kill him? Jinju shut up. He knew that Lu Ming was a ruthless person. Threats would not be effective. Lu Ming, just you wait, Jinju roared in his heart as a vicious plan brewed in his heart. After killing Jinju, Lu Ming took his storage ring and waited quietly. A day later, a light curtain shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and entered a starry space. The effect of the second row of stone platforms was indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming's cultivation speed was fast. The degree of awakening of the sovereign's divine power was also increasing rapidly. 50%, 55%, looking at Lu Ming sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, Jinju's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to chop Lu Ming into pieces. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was protected by the formation. He could only think about it. This guy killed Qinmu. After a period of time, a Qin clan prodigy ended his cultivation. He had cultivated on the stone platform for 3 years and could no longer cultivate, so he left the stone platform. Once he left the stone platform, Jin Ju told him the news. That's right. Not only did he kill Qinmu, but he also killed the prodigy of my Jin clan, Jin Ju. Jin Ju gritted his teeth. What? He killed Jin Ju. He's so strong. The Qin clan prodigy was also shocked. This brat is a monster. He must be eliminated. Jin Ju gritted his teeth. Don't worry. The prodigy of my Qin clan, Qin Wukong, is cultivating on the second row. His divine power has already awakened to 90%. After this cultivation, he's probably very close to 100%. In addition, his divine skills have already broken through to the 8th level. It's enough to kill Lu Ming. The Qin clan prodigy said coldly. That's great. Jin Ju was also overjoyed. The person they were talking about was the Qin clan prodigy cultivating on the second row. Time flew by quickly. Soon, more than 2 months had passed. At this moment, the Qin clan prodigy, Qin Wukong, who was cultivating on the second row, woke up. Chapter 30-22. The prodigy of the Qin clan, Qin Wukong, ended his cultivation and woke up. After waking up, Qin Wukong stood up and looked at the 2 youths in the first row. Now that I have awakened 99% of my divine power, I can challenge the first row and use their power to fully awaken my divine power origin factor. Qin Wushang muttered, his eyes filled with confidence. Previously, his divine power awakening wasn't that high, so he didn't dare to challenge the first row. After a period of cultivation, he was full of confidence. Of course, he didn't dare to challenge the prodigy who had awakened his divine power origin factor. He was going to challenge the other 2. Cousin Wukong. At this moment, the prodigy of the Qin clan shouted from the crowd. What's the matter? Qin Wukong turned around and asked. Qin Mu was killed. The prodigy of the Qin clan said. Qin Mu was killed. Who was it? Which aristocratic family did it? Hearing this, Qin Wukong's body exploded with cold killing intent. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. Those who were swept by his gaze had a change in expression and their heartbeat quickened. Among the prodigies below the Divine King realm in the Starry Sky Battalion, Qin Wukong was definitely one of the top experts. It's him, Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming who killed Qin Mu. The prodigy of the Qin clan pointed at Lu Ming, who was cultivating. Subconsciously, Qin Wukong looked at Lu Ming. With one look, he couldn't help but be stunned. If he didn't remember wrongly, this seat belonged to Jin Ju. How did Lu Ming end up there? Lu Ming can kill Qin Mu. Qin Wukong's low voice sounded with some doubt. This brat is very strong. You can't just look at his cultivation. My Jin clan's prodigy, Jin Ju, was also killed by him. Jin Xing said. What? This time, Qin Wukong was truly shocked. Qin Mu was only a 9th level heaven god. However, Jin Ju wasn't to be underestimated. He was a half-step divine king, and yet he was killed by Lu Ming. This brat can't be left alive. Qin Wukong thought in his mind. This brat, what is his cultivation? Qin Wukong asked. 5th level celestial god, but his battle prowess is astonishing. He is at least equivalent to a half-step celestial king with 70 to 80% of awakened divine power. Jin Xing said. This kind of strength? Alright, leave this brat to me. Once his 3 months are up, I will challenge him and kill him here. Qin Wukong's voice was incomparably cold. Although Lu Ming could kill Jin Ju, he was also confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Now, his divine power had already been awakened to 99%. In addition, his mastery of several divine skills was also very shocking. He was confident enough. Below the Divine King realm, other than the few people who had awakened the origin divine power, he was invincible. With Brother Wukong making a move, that brat is dead for sure. Jin Xing was overjoyed. The way he looked at Lu Ming became even more ferocious. Next, Qin Wukong did not cultivate. Instead, he stood on the stone platform and waited quietly. Lu Ming was oblivious to all of this. He was fully focused on comprehending the sovereign realm's god force. As expected of the second row of stone platforms, the effects were too good. It was not something the lower rows could compare to. Lu Ming's awakening of the sovereign realm's god force was increasing rapidly. As the awakening of the sovereign realm's god force increased, so did Lu Ming's strength. Very quickly, 3 months were up. The universe disappeared, and Lu Ming opened his eyes on the stone platform. 88%. Lu Ming muttered. His awakening of the sovereign realm's god force had reached 88%. Lu Ming had only cultivated here for 9 months, and his awakening of the sovereign realm's god force had increased from 1 to 2% to 88%. If others knew about this, their jaws would drop to the ground. This speed was too shocking. I really don't know how amazing the effects of the first row are. With my current strength, I should be able to challenge the first row. Lu Ming muttered as he stood up. Bang! As soon as Lu Ming stood up, a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. At the same time, a young man appeared in front of Lu Ming, staring at him coldly. This young man was none other than Qin Wukong. As soon as Lu Ming woke up, Qin Wukong rushed up to Lu Ming's stone platform. It's him. I didn't look for him, but he came looking for me. That's fine too. Lu Ming smiled. Kid, how can you still smile at a time like this? Qin Wukong said coldly. Why can't I smile? Since you're here to die, of course I have to smile. Lu Ming continued to smile. I'm here to die. Ha, it seems like you're very confident after defeating a few people. I would like to see how strong a 5th layer heaven god like you is. Qin Wukong said coldly. As he spoke, his body emitted a blinding light. His god force burned like flames, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind that swept toward Lu Ming. An ancient and desolate aura was released. Origin divine force factor, no, it hasn't awakened yet. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, thinking that Qin Wukong had awakened his origin divine force factor. However, after sensing carefully, he realized that Qin Wukong hadn't awakened his origin divine force factor at all. However, he wasn't far from it. So strong, Qin Wukong's god force must have awakened to 99%. Among the crowd, there were also people who were knowledgeable and could see through Qin Wukong's strength. Such an aura, he's indeed just one step away from fully awakening his origin divine force factor. This is going to be interesting. Many people were discussing. Lu Ming, a monstrous existence, could kill a half-step god king like Jin Ju with his cultivation at the 5th layer heaven god realm. Would he be able to fight against Qin Wukong? Bang! At this moment, Qin Wukong attacked. With a punch, a huge fist imprint blasted toward Lu Ming with shocking speed. Ancient God Body. Without hesitation, Lu Ming displayed his ancient god body. At the same time, he activated the battle character art to increase his combat strength by 4 times. Facing an opponent like Qin Wukong, Lu Ming had no choice but to give it his all. His long spear vibrated and a dazzling spear light pierced through the air, piercing toward Qin Wukong's fist imprint. Bang! The spear light and the fist imprint collided, releasing a terrifying wave of energy that swept out in all directions. Fortunately, the Sky Prides cultivating on the other stone platforms were protected by a large array. As the wave of energy swept past, it didn't affect them at all. Otherwise, they would have been severely injured or even killed. Wang! The spear light vibrated continuously and then exploded. At the same time, the huge fist imprint also exploded. He blocked it. Lu Ming can actually block Qin Wukong's fist. Many people were shocked. Qin Wukong's eyes narrowed. This kid is monstrous. Kill! Qin Wukong roared and pushed his god force to the maximum. The power of his 99% awakened divine force exploded, turning into a terrifying fist imprint that blasted toward Lu Ming. Chapter 30-23. Qin Wushang's strength was terrifying. His divine force had been awakened to 99%, and his power was shocking. Not only was his divine force extremely condensed, it even had a trace of the origin divine force's characteristics and was filled with destructive power. With such divine force, the Seven Wounds fist was not something the Qin clan's genius could compare to. Moon Slash. Lu Ming pushed the divine force in his body to the maximum. With the 7 types of divine force as the core, he condensed them into a ball and struck out with his long spear. Boom! The two clashed for the second time, and the power was even more terrifying. The stone platform under their feet shook violently. This time, the two were still on par. It was hard to tell who was stronger. The people below the stage were extremely shocked, especially Jin Xing. When Lu Ming fought with him in the Qin Tian Star Field, although he was stronger than him, there was a limit. How long had it been since then? Lu Ming's strength had already reached such a level. This level of strength was completely capable of insta-killing him. 7 Wounds Divine Fist. Qin Wushang roared as he punched out with both fists. Fist imprints shot out from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming. Sky Splitter, Moon Slash. Lu Ming continued to use the first 2 moves of the apocalyptic 3 strikes to fight with Qin Wushang. The two fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Even after dozens of blows, it was hard to tell who was stronger. Awesome! Lu Ming became more excited as the fight went on. His battle intent grew stronger, and he became more proficient in using the apocalyptic 3 strikes. His divine force was endless, and he was not afraid of exhausting it. He could push the power of each of his moves to the maximum. As for Qin Wushang, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. Lu Ming was only a 5th-level heavenly god. With his cultivation, he thought he could easily take down Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Until now, he still had not taken down Lu Ming. Looks like I have no choice but to give it my all. A glint flashed across Qin Wukong's eyes. Soon after, his figure suddenly retreated rapidly. As he retreated, a green light suddenly appeared on his body. Swoosh! In the next instant, Qin Wukong's figure disappeared. On the stone platform, a series of afterimages appeared. This was a terrifying speed-type divine skill. When it was used, the sky was filled with afterimages, and the speed was astonishing. With Lu Ming's current eyesight, it was very difficult for an ordinary speed to leave an afterimage in his eyes. To be able to leave an afterimage under his current eyesight, it could be seen how fast this speed was. It was faster than Lu Ming's eyesight. Speed Divine Skill, Level 8. Lu Ming muttered. He could tell that Qin Wukong was using a speed-type divine skill, but it had already reached the 8th level. Under Divine King, being able to cultivate a divine skill to the 8th level was already extremely impressive. For example, the Qin clan's prodigy and Jin Ju had only cultivated their divine skills to the 7th level. 7 Wounds Divine Fist. Qin Wukong's voice rang out once again. Then, from all directions, numerous fist imprints blasted towards Lu Ming, completely enveloping Lu Ming. Using a speed-type divine skill together with the 7 Wounds Divine Fist to seal off all paths of retreat, the power increased exponentially. In an instant, dozens of fist imprints blasted towards Lu Ming. Level 8 of a speed-type divine skill. You think you're the only one who has it? Lu Ming muttered. On his body, divine power surged and condensed into a Kuanpeng. This Kuanpeng was very small, only slightly bigger than Lu Ming. The Kuanpeng flapped its wings, and Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot. In the eyes of others, Lu Ming had also turned into afterimages, shuttling through the numerous fist imprints. His speed was not any slower than Qin Wukong's. Lu Ming's 9 Heavens Kunpeng technique had also reached the 8th level. The 9 Heavens Kunpeng technique was originally known for its speed and long-distance flight. But now, it was being used by Lu Ming for short-distance movement. Its power was also extremely strong, completely avoiding Qin Wukong's fist imprints. This kid's speed-type divine skill has also reached the 8th level. Damn it! Qin Wukong roared in his heart. He was truly shocked. Swoosh! His body suddenly stopped, and he retracted his fist imprints, gathering them together and rushing towards Lu Ming. In the process of rushing out, Qin Wukong opened his mouth and let out a long roar. A terrifying vibration came from his mouth. The air above Qin Wukong's mouth vibrated with visible vibrations. In the end, it turned into battle swords and slashed towards Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming waved his long spear to block. The battle swords slashed on the long spear, causing the long spear to vibrate continuously. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and he took a few steps back. What a powerful divine skill! Level 8 of a speed-type divine skill. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Wukong was indeed powerful. No wonder he was so confident. Not only had he cultivated a speed-type divine skill to the 8th level, but he had also cultivated a speed-type divine skill to the 8th level. The 8th level of a speed-type divine skill had already surpassed the 7 Wounds divine fist in terms of power. Die! Qin Wukong hollered. He opened his mouth and let out a long whistle. The air vibrated and formed many combat swords, slashing toward Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol! Lu Ming shouted, and stepped forward. 9-clawed Dragon Dharma Idol condensed one after another, a total of 7 dragons. They roared and pounced towards Qin Wukong, clashing with his battle swords. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions continued. The 9-clawed Dragon Dharma Idols were no match for Qin Wukong. They trembled violently, and finally, they were split into 2. However, Lu Ming used the ice shackles. The 9 ice shackles danced in the air like long snakes. Qin Wukong's battle sword slashed against the ice shackles, emitting a clanging sound. However, the ice shackles did not break apart, and the sword was blocked by the ice shackles. How is this possible? Qin Wukong was shocked. His attack-type divine skill was known for its attacking power. Moreover, he had cultivated it to the 8th level. In addition to the divine power that was at 99% awakened, its power was shocking and its destructive power was extremely strong. However, Lu Ming had blocked it. Void Splitter. Lu Ming took the opportunity to launch an attack. A spear light shot out, piercing towards Qin Wukong. Qin Wukong was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only barely avoid being hit in his vitals. Half of his body almost exploded, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Lu Ming, I want you dead. Qin Wukong's eyes were blood red. His body emitted an even more terrifying aura. Boom! Qin Wukong punched out 2 consecutive times. The 2 fist imprints merged into one, emitting a dazzling blood-red light. It rushed towards Lu Ming, and its power was shocking. The power has increased by a level. It is said that the 7 Wounds divine fist of the Qin clan is more powerful the more injured one is. So it is true. Lu Ming's mind raced. He had injured Qin Wukong just now, and it had allowed Qin Wukong to push the power of the 7 Wounds divine fist to the maximum. Let's see how long you can last. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He did not believe that if he beat Qin Wukong half to death, Qin Wukong would still be able to use his full strength. Shwa! Shwa! 9 ice shackles danced in the air, revolving in front of Qin Wukong, forming a defensive wall. Chapter 30-24. Boom! Qin Wukong's 7 injuring fist landed on the defensive wall formed by the ice chains. The ice chains shook violently, but in the end, they managed to withstand the attack and did not break. Even so, there was still a terrifying force that surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure retreated continuously. However, after Lu Ming retreated a few steps, he took a step forward and his figure soared into the sky. Then, he stabbed his spear from above. Void piercing, in an instant, Lu Ming executed more than 10 moves of void piercing. More than 10 spear rays fell like stars, bombarding Qin Wukong. Qin Wukong was helpless and could only continue to attack with his fists. However, although the 7 injuring fist was stronger when one was injured, there was a drawback, which was that it would worsen the injury. If he could not defeat his opponent in a short period of time, his injuries would only worsen. Just like this, Lu Ming and Qin Wukong continued to fight, exchanging more than 10 moves. It had to be said that Qin Wukong was a terrifying opponent. His talent was extremely strong. No matter if it was divine skills, secret techniques, or divine force, they were all not weak. If his divine force was fully awakened, he would definitely be able to pass the gate of heaven. Moreover, the 7 injuring fist was stronger when one was injured. Lu Ming had used almost all of his techniques, but he still could not defeat Qin Wukong in a short period of time. However, after such a long battle, Qin Wukong's injuries were getting worse and worse. The power of the 7 injuring fist began to weaken. The 7 injuring fist was not heaven-defying. When one's injuries reached a certain extent, the power would not increase, but instead weaken. Puff! After exchanging another move with Lu Ming, Qin Wukong's body trembled and he vomited blood. His face was extremely pale. Damn it! Qin Wukong roared. Gritting his teeth, his figure suddenly retreated. In an instant, he was out of the range of the stone stage. He directly admitted defeat. Why don't you dare to fight? Didn't you want to kill me? You want to leave before the victor is decided? Lu Ming's mocking voice sounded. Qin Wukong gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent, but he did not speak. He took out a healing pill and swallowed it, using all his strength to heal his injuries. Qin Wukong actually lost. Many people muttered softly. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they simply wouldn't believe it. Qin Wukong was actually defeated by a 5th-level heavenly god. Qin Wukong, under the God King realm, was definitely in existence at the peak. Other than a few geniuses who had awakened the origin source divine force, he was practically an invincible character. Such a character was actually defeated in the hands of a 5th-level heavenly god. This Lu Ming is so scary. It's indeed terrifying. If his cultivation level was higher, he would have reached the half-step divine king realm. No, as long as he reached the 9th heavenly god realm, no one below the divine king realm would be his match. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Jin Xing, Qin Wukong, and the rest's faces turned even uglier. Hee hee. On the stone platform, Lu Ming glanced at Qin Wukong and the rest before turning around. However, he didn't sit down. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the 3 stone platforms in the first row. Many people were shocked. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to challenge the people in the first row? With his strength, he might really succeed. Someone said. Many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, other than the genius who had awakened the origin source divine force, the other 2 might not be as strong as Qin Wukong. Since Lu Ming could defeat Qin Wukong, it didn't mean that he couldn't defeat the other 2 and obtain a seat. Many people's eyes lit up, anticipating another peak battle. Lu Ming was indeed going to challenge the people in the first row. In this place, one could only cultivate for 3 years. Lu Ming had already cultivated for 9 months. Time was precious. In the remaining time, Lu Ming naturally wanted to cultivate in the best position. Lu Ming swallowed a few divine pills to refine the medicinal energy and recover. This wait lasted for 5 days. At this moment, on the first row, a young man emitted a radiant light. It's him, Su Yan. Many people were shocked. This person was the genius who had awakened the origin source divine force. His name was Su Yan. Lu Ming definitely won't challenge Su Yan. Many people shook their heads. Indeed, Lu Ming didn't intend to challenge Su Yan. With his current strength, he wasn't Su Yan's opponent. Su Yan opened his eyes and stood up. He frowned and said, "What a pity." With a low sigh, Su Yan stepped out and left the stone platform. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Yan left? Seems like he has been cultivating here for 3 years. 3 years is up. There's no point in staying here. Looking at his expression, his origin source divine force shouldn't have awakened a second time. Nonsense, how could it be so easy to awaken origin source divine force a second time? Every time origin source divine force is awakened, the difficulty is 10 times higher than the previous one. Those below the divine king realm who can awaken their origin source divine force a first time are already geniuses among geniuses. It's impossible to awaken a second time. After seeing Su Yan leave, many people started discussing. He actually left. That will save me some trouble. Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and appeared on the stone platform where Su Yan was. Lu Ming really went up. Many people shook their heads. Lu Ming stepped onto the stone platform in the first row. No one dared to challenge him. What a joke. Even Qin Wukong had been defeated. Without awakened origin source divine force, going up was just asking for humiliation. However, there were many people who competed for Lu Ming's position. After a round of fighting, that stone platform was occupied by one person. As for Lu Ming, no one dared to challenge him. After a day, a screen of light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. It was still the same starry sky, and the primordial divine spirits were still fighting. However, the feeling it gave off was much clearer. Soon, Lu Ming found the sovereign divine force's origin source divine force and began to comprehend it. Whoosh! A strand of sovereign divine force's origin source divine force flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not take it seriously at first. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. This was because when this strand of sovereign divine force flew over, it actually split into dozens of strands. Then, each strand of sovereign divine force transformed into a figure that charged toward Lu Ming. Cold killing intent and ear-piercing energy. Everything was so real. Lu Ming instinctively blocked. 9 ice chains flew out and blocked in front of him. Boom! Boom! The sovereign divine force's origin source divine force transformed into dozens of figures and attacked the ice chains. The ice chains shook continuously. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a planet. His body was pushed back, and his blood boiled. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It's real. It's real. It has offensive power. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. This attack was not illusory. It was real. Come at me then. Lu Ming revealed a strong fighting spirit. With a thought, he wanted to use the ancient god body. However, he realized that he could not use it at all. He wanted to activate the battle formula, but it was useless. It seems like I can only rely on my divine force and divine skill to fight. Lu Ming muttered. A long spear condensed in his hand and charged forward. Chapter 30-25. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward while the figure formed by the divine power of origin threw a punch forward. Their attacks collided with each other. Boom! There was a loud bang and Lu Ming's body swayed slightly. That figure was sent flying out from the impact. This kind of fluctuation, Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, his eyes lit up. In the previous exchange, Lu Ming could clearly feel that his opponent was formed by the sovereign's origin divine power. In the collision, Lu Ming could clearly feel the profoundness of the origin divine power. No wonder, no wonder. Is this the function of the first row of stone platforms? Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. The first row of stone platforms was a direct confrontation with the corresponding origin divine power. This way, the effect would be much better. Previously, he had only been watching. Now that he was fighting, the effect was naturally different. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, figures were rushing over from all directions. Come! Come! Lu Ming was excited. He waved his spear and charged forward. In this kind of battle, not only could he experience the origin divine power, but he could also practice various divine skills and secret techniques. This was Lu Ming's favorite method. Lu Ming was also fighting with dozens of figures formed by origin divine power. In the beginning, Lu Ming was no match for them. It was fortunate that any injuries sustained here could be healed very quickly, and they would not be harmed in any way. Just like that, Lu Ming focused on cultivating. Outside the stone platform, among the crowd, Jin Xing, Qin Yukong, and the rest were staring coldly at Lu Ming, who was cultivating. What should we do? Are we going to let this kid continue to be free? One of the Qin family members gritted his teeth. Now, in Starmoon Ancient City, only brother Jin Yuan from the Jin clan and Qin clan can kill this kid. Qin Yukong said. That's right. You guys wait here. I'll go find cousin Jin Yuan and ask him to kill Lu Ming. Jin Xing gritted his teeth. But brother Jin Yuan, haven't you been cultivating for 3 years? You can't continue to challenge him. One of the Qin clan Skypride said. It doesn't matter if we can't challenge him. We can wait outside. When the 3 years are up, that brat will naturally come down. At that time, we can just kill him. Jin Xing said coldly. Good idea, let's do that. We'll keep an eye here. Brother Jin Yuan, we'll have to trouble brother Jin Xing. Qin Yukong said. Alright, wait for my good news. After Jin Xing finished speaking, his figure flashed and he left this place. Time flew by, day by day. People from the vicinity of the Myriad God Cliff came and left every day. Come and go, go and come again. However, when many people saw Lu Ming in the first row, they were very surprised. Isn't that Lu Ming? I remember that he's only a level 4 celestial deity cultivation, right? He can actually sit in the first row. Someone was curious. Not the 4th layer Heaven God realm, but the 5th layer Heaven God realm. On top of that, his strength is extremely terrifying. It's impossible to judge his strength with ordinary standards. The person who had seen Lu Ming fight before said. Hee, extremely terrifying. How ridiculous, how terrifying can a 5th layer Heaven God realm cultivator be? In my opinion, it's you bunch of trash that let a 5th layer Heaven God realm cultivator take the throne in the first row. A young man in a golden robe said with a mocking grin. Many people wore unpleasant looks. The young man in a golden robe scolded everyone who had seen Lu Ming fight before, including Qin Wukong. Does that mean you're going to challenge him? Someone said. Of course, the throne in the first row is mine. The young man in a golden robe said with a confident smile. Oh. The others uttered an oh, but did not say anything. Since the young man in a golden robe had scolded them, they would not say anything to remind the young man. Soon, Lu Ming had cultivated for 3 months. The light barrier on his body flickered as Lu Ming opened his eyes. 98%, as expected, the further I go, the slower it is to improve. Lu Ming murmured. After 3 months of cultivation, Lu Ming's ruler god force had been awakened to 98%. The effect of the first row was outstanding, but the difficulty of the second row was also increasing. If he were to cultivate in the lower rows, his ruler god force would not be able to reach 98%. I've cultivated for a year, 2 more years should be enough for me to awaken. Lu Ming wore a faint smile. At that instant, he suddenly felt a powerful aura crushing down on him. Following it, he saw a young man in a golden robe landing in front of him. You're challenging me? Lu Ming asked with a slight surprise. He initially thought no one would dare to challenge him after defeating Qin Wukong. He did not expect someone to be so stubborn. Nonsense, it's your fortune that you were able to cultivate in the first row when I wasn't around. Now, get out of my sight. The young man in a golden robe snapped. A powerful aura burst out from his body in an extremely arrogant manner. Half-step Divine King realm, this young man in a golden robe was not weak. He had reached the half-step Divine King realm, no wonder he was so confident. However, his ruler god force was not fully awakened. It was only around 50%, a far cry from Qin Wukong. Outside, many people had mocking smiles on their faces, waiting to watch a good show. This person wanted to challenge Lu Ming, wasn't he looking for trouble? However, this person was too arrogant, no one warned him. Is that so? Lu Ming muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he shouted, "Get out of my sight." A powerful aura burst out from his body, rushing towards the young man in a golden robe. The young man in a golden robe's face darkened and he said, "Lu Ming, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have some talent. Now is not the time for you to be arrogant. I have given you a chance, but you didn't want to get out of my sight. I can only make you get out of my sight." Having said that, the young man in a golden robe moved, rushing towards Lu Ming and launching a fierce attack. Roar! Lu Ming let out the roar of an ancient god. His body quickly enlarged, transforming into an ancient god body. Then, he swept out his spear. Boom! 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 The long spear crushed the young man in a golden robe's attack. The terrifying spear radiance continued towards the young man in a golden robe. How can this be? The young man in a golden robe roared, his face filled with disbelief. He then used all his strength to defend himself. However, when the long spear struck him, the young man in a golden robe screamed in pain. All of his defenses were shattered in an instant, and the young man in a golden robe was sent flying by the long spear. However, before he could fly out of the stone platform, a few ice chains flew over and entangled the young man in a golden robe. Then, they swung the young man in a golden robe and flung him towards the stone platform. Bam! 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 The young man in a golden robe was constantly smashed on the stone platform. Moreover, Lu Ming deliberately controlled it. Every time, the young man in a golden robe was smashed on the stone platform. The young man in a golden robe screamed continuously. His teeth and blood flew out, and his face was smashed beyond recognition. It was a horrible sight. Who asked you to be arrogant? You deserve it. Many people muttered, but they still felt chills down their spines. Lu Ming was too violent. Chapter 30-26. From the beginning to the end, the golden-robed young man was suppressed by Lu Ming. Although the golden-robed young man was a half-step god king, his god force had only awakened to 50%. Moreover, his divine skill was only at the 7th level. His battle prowess was far inferior to Qin Wukong's. Moreover, in these few months, Lu Ming's sovereign god force had also awakened to a higher degree. His battle prowess had also increased. Naturally, it was easy for him to deal with the golden-robed young man. After a dozen strikes, Lu Ming controlled the ice chains and flung the golden-robed young man away. The golden-robed young man barely managed to stabilize himself in the air as he looked at Lu Ming in horror. I already told you to scram, but you chose to stay and be tortured. Why bother? Why bother? Lu Ming's voice rang out. The golden-robed young man was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He executed his movement technique and left without looking back. He did not even bother to compete for the other stone stages. He was too ashamed. After torturing the golden-robed young man, Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged and waited. A day later, a layer of light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Another 3 months passed. In these 3 months, Lu Ming's sovereign god force had awakened to 99%. However, after reaching 99%, it stopped. After reaching 99%, the next step was to completely awaken the quintessence God force. However, this step was extremely difficult. The difference of a single step was like heaven and earth. Many people were stuck at this step for their entire lives. It was not easy for Lu Ming to break through. Continue to cultivate. I don't believe that I can't break through. Lu Ming pondered. After a day, he continued to cultivate. This time, no one challenged Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Lu Ming had been cultivating here for a year and a half. After 3 months of cultivation, Lu Ming's comprehension of the sovereign God force had deepened. However, his awakening was still at 99%. He continued to cultivate. After that, no one challenged Lu Ming. 3 months passed. Another 3 months passed. Finally, after cultivating here for 2 years, Lu Ming finally broke through. The sovereign's God power had finally awakened the quintessence God power. Once the divine power origin factor was awakened, the divine power seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. The divine power was filled with a peculiar factor that made the divine power's power incomparably terrifying. If the sovereign's divinity from before could be described as rotten wood, then the current sovereign's divinity was akin to steel. He had become much stronger. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and was overjoyed. It was no wonder that the prodigies who had awakened divine origin power had such terrifying battle prowess. For example, Lan Ling's battle prowess was so strong that she could definitely suppress a divine king like the Dark Knight Devil King. With my current strength, defeating Qin Wukong should be a piece of cake. I should be able to suppress a divine king like the Dark Knight Devil King. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The 3-month period was up again. Lu Ming opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. At this moment, he felt his back twitch slightly. A cold killing intent enveloped him. Previously, he had also been enveloped by killing intent, but Lu Ming did not have much of a reaction. That was because the owner of the killing intent was not a threat to him. However, this time, Lu Ming's body naturally reacted. This meant that the owner of the killing intent was a threat to him. Lu Ming turned his head to look. Jin Yuan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw Jin Xing, Jin Yuan, and the others outside the stone platform. The killing intent that made his body tense was emitted by Jin Yuan. Lu Ming, very good. You dare to kill a prodigy of my Jin clan? Very good. Jin Yuan said coldly when he saw Lu Ming looking over. He did not conceal his cold killing intent. Beside him, many people stayed far away from Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan was an existence who had awakened the quintessence God power. His strength was terrifying. No one could stop him if he went berserk. The trash of the Jin clan even invited you here. However, I don't have time to fight with you now. Lu Ming said indifferently. He still had a year's time. After saying that, Lu Ming turned his head away and no longer paid attention to Jin Yuan. The 3-year period will be over soon. If you don't dare to come out now, let's see how you can hide when the 3-year period is up. I'll wait for you here. Jin Yuan said coldly. Up to you. After Lu Ming said that, he did not say anything else. This made Jin Yuan's gaze even colder. Lu Ming is going to be in danger. I didn't expect Jin Xing to invite Jin Yuan here. It's indeed dangerous. Lu Ming should have left earlier. He was too greedy. He wanted to occupy the first row and cultivate for 3 years. Now, he's going to put himself in danger. Some people were discussing in low voices. No one thought that Lu Ming could fight with Jin Yuan. Although Lu Ming's strength was strong, there was not much difference between him and Qin Wukong. At most, he was slightly stronger than Qin Wukong. However, Jin Yuan had awakened his origin divine power factor. His battle strength was definitely much stronger than Qin Wukong's. Even if Lu Ming continued to cultivate, he would not be Jin Yuan's match. Unless Lu Ming had also awakened his origin divine power factor. However, Was that possible? Lu Ming was only a level 5 celestial god. Before coming here, his awakening level would not be high. It was impossible for him to awaken his divine power origin factor within 3 years of cultivation. Every time, there were many geniuses who entered Xingyue ancient city, many people cultivated at Myriad God Cliff. Many people knew the effects of cultivating at Myriad God Cliff. Although the effects were many times better than cultivating outside, it was almost impossible to awaken one's origin divine power factor after cultivating for one time. For people like Jin Yuan who had awakened their origin divine power factor, they had only successfully awakened it after cultivating for a long time after leaving Xingyue ancient city. It was rare to awaken it after cultivating for one time, let alone Lu Ming who was only a level 5 celestial god. Without awakening his origin divine power factor, how could he be Jin Yuan's match? Therefore, many people thought that Lu Ming was in danger. Some people had wanted to leave, but now, they decided to stay. They wanted to see how Lu Ming, a peerless genius, would end up. Lu Ming was too lazy to think about it. A day later, he entered his cultivation state and entered the starry sky again. Now that I've successfully awakened my sovereign divine power, it's impossible to achieve a breakthrough in a short time if I continue to comprehend it. I should try comprehending other sovereign divine powers. Lu Ming pondered. Awakening one's origin divine power factor was considered the first celestial god. However, it was extremely difficult to reach the second celestial god. It was 10 times harder than the first awakening. It was impossible to achieve a breakthrough in a short time. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to comprehend another type of sovereign divine power. After some consideration, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the inextinguishable sword force. The inextinguishable sword force focused on offense. If he could successfully awaken it, it would greatly enhance Lu Ming's offensive power. Of course, he had to find the origin divine power that corresponded to the inextinguishable sword force first. Lu Ming shuttled through the starry sky, searching for the origin divine power that corresponded to the inextinguishable sword force. Chapter 30-27. Lu Ming was searching for the origin god force of the indestructible sword force. Whoosh! In the boundless space, a sword chi pierced through the cosmos, sweeping through space. Wherever the sword chi passed, planets exploded one after another. Even a few stars were extinguished. Facing the boundless sword chi that pierced through space, Lu Ming was flabbergasted. It took him a long time to react. What a terrifying sword chi! Lu Ming exclaimed. Then, his eyes lit up. This was the origin god force of the indestructible sword force. Lu Ming quickly approached and circulated the indestructible sword force. Whoosh! A sword chi slashed at Lu Ming. That kind of aura almost caused Lu Ming's mental state to collapse. He roared, and Lu Ming finally calmed himself down. Clang! Clang! Sword hums resounded as the sword chi split into more than a dozen streaks, turning into more than a dozen immortal sword lights that slashed at Lu Ming. Come! Lu Ming's battle intent surged as he raised his spear to meet the incoming sword lights. This sword light was similar to the origin god force of the sovereign realm. It could help him comprehend the origin god force faster. Just like that, 3 months passed. Lu Ming's understanding of the indestructible sword force improved rapidly, especially in the early stages. The speed of improvement was even faster. 9 months later, Lu Ming had awakened the indestructible sword force to 99%. However, it was extremely difficult to break through at this point. After that, Lu Ming spent another 3 months, but he still failed to break through and awaken the origin god force. Unfortunately, there's no more time. On the stone stage, Lu Ming opened his eyes and sighed softly. 3 years had passed. If Lu Ming was given another half a year, Lu Ming was confident that he could awaken the origin god force of the indestructible sword force. But now, he was still lacking a little bit. When the light screen on Lu Ming's body disappeared, a cold murderous intent shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the 3 years are up. Let's see how you'll die. A cold voice came from behind. Lu Ming didn't need to look to know that it was Jin Yuan. Lu Ming turned around and saw several eyes filled with killing intent staring at Lu Ming. In the last year, Jin Yuan and the others had been guarding the stone stage to prevent Lu Ming from secretly escaping. The 3 years are up. What will Lu Ming do? Many people had the same thought. They stared at Lu Ming, wondering what he would do. How? Do you think you can kill me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then got up and took a step forward. He left the stone platform and walked toward Jin Yuan. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming actually walked out like that. His attitude was so arrogant, as if he did not take Jin Yuan seriously at all. If you want to fight, come up and fight. Lu Ming took a step forward and soared into the sky. His body was filled with a strong fighting intent. The others were even more shocked. The result was different from what they had imagined. Lu Ming didn't think of a way to escape or beg for mercy. Instead, he challenged Jin Yuan. Lu Ming is challenging Jin Yuan. With his strength, he'll only die if he challenges Jin Yuan. Could it be that he has awakened the origin divine power factor? Everyone discussed and thought of this possibility. That's impossible. Someone denied it. Lu Ming had only cultivated for 3 years and had already awakened the origin divine power factor. This talent was too monstrous. How could others live with it? Many people chose not to believe it. You want to challenge me? Even Jin Yuan himself was slightly stunned. Then, his killing intent intensified. He soared into the sky and stood in front of Lu Ming. Boom! Jin Yuan was shrouded in golden divine power. It was dazzling and an ancient aura spread out. A gush of terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming like a sacred mountain. Lu Ming, I know your combat strength is not bad. However, you're still far from being able to defeat me. Kneel down. Jin Yuan shouted and pressed his hand in the air. Golden light filled the air and a huge golden palm print was formed. It pressed down on Lu Ming. There was a loud rumbling sound in the sky. Before the palm print pressed down, the violent force had already crushed toward Lu Ming like a violent storm. If it were other 9th level heavenly gods or even half-step divine kings, they might not be able to withstand this move. However, Lu Ming's eyes were calm. There was even a trace of anticipation in the depths of his eyes. He was looking forward to fighting with other sky prides who had awakened the origin divine power factor. Boom! A terrifying aura also erupted from Lu Ming's body. It was filled with an ancient aura. Then, a spear light soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. The huge spear light and Jin Yuan's palm print collided, creating a violent wave of energy that swept out in all directions. Dazzling light illuminated the sky as if a planet had exploded. In the next moment, the spear light and palm print disappeared at the same time. Lu Ming stood in the sky, motionless. Everyone was dumbfounded. It took a while for someone to react. Origin divine power factor. Oh my god, it's the origin divine power factor. Lu Ming has also awakened the origin divine power factor. He has really awakened the origin divine power factor. This is impossible. How is this possible? Evildoer, evildoer. Many people shouted excitedly. They couldn't help themselves. They never expected that Lu Ming had also awakened the origin divine power factor. He had only cultivated for 3 years and was only a 5th level heavenly god. Impossible, 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 Jin Xing screamed in his heart. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had fought with Lu Ming in the Qin Tian Star Zone. But now, he hadn't improved much, while Lu Ming had already awakened the origin divine power factor. He was known as one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family. He had always been confident in his talent. But compared to Lu Ming, his talent was trash. Jin Yuan was also extremely shocked. He looked at Lu Ming with a horrified expression. It was rare to awaken the origin divine power factor at the 5th level heavenly god realm. Jin Yuan had only heard of such a heaven-defying talent in the core region of the Taishu dynasty. One should know that the higher the cultivation, the stronger the divine power, and the deeper the understanding of the divine power. It would be easier to awaken the origin divine power factor. The lower the cultivation, the harder it would be. In the star camp, those who had awakened the origin divine power factor below the divine king realm were peerless talents. But most of them were only at the half-step divine king realm. There were very few 9th-level heavenly gods who had awakened in history. Not to mention 5th-level heavenly gods. Is it that great to have awakened the origin divine power factor? Lu Ming said faintly. His words were in response to Jin Yuan's words. Jin Yuan acted like he was great just now, looking down on those who hadn't awakened the origin divine power factor. Lu Ming's words made Jin Yuan's face turn gloomy. You're just a 5th-level heavenly god. Even if you've awakened the origin divine power, your power is limited. Today, I'll kill you. Jin Yuan shouted. The murderous intent on his body became more intense. The more talented Lu Ming was, the more he wanted to kill him. Boom! Jin Yuan stepped out and slashed at Lu Ming with his hand like a knife. Void-shattering hand. Chapter 30-28. Previously, Jin Yuan had only attacked casually, but now, he was serious as he used the void-severing hand. The void-severing hand was said to be able to sever the void. Under the activation of the origin divine force factor, its power was extremely strong. It was not something that Jin Ju or Jin Xing could compare to. Lu Ming's eyes turned solemn. Ancient God Body. Lu Ming immediately used the ancient god body and turned into a green-armored ancient god. He then stabbed his spear at Jin Yuan. Dong! It was as if two planets had collided. The void began to tremble like boiling water. Berserk energy surged out in all directions like a vast ocean, creating loud rumbling sounds. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him along the long spear. He could not help but retreat. However, Jin Xing was not any better. His body also drifted back. Die! Jin Yuan retreated, stepped into the void, and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared and charged forward with his spear. The two of them fought fiercely. In terms of body size, Lu Ming was much bigger than Jin Yuan. However, Jin Yuan's strength was not any weaker than Lu Ming's. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, but there was no clear winner. Damn it! Why is this kid's divine force so strong? Jin Yuan roared in his heart. Both of them had awakened the origin divine force factor, but he was a half-step divine king. On the other hand, Lu Ming was only a level 5 heavenly god. Indeed, although Lu Ming had mastered many kinds of divine powers, only one of them had awakened the origin divine power factor. Moreover, his cultivation level was only at the 5th level celestial god realm. He could not compete with Jin Yuan with just one sovereign divine power. However, he had other divine forces, especially the undying sword force, which had reached 99%. This made up for the gap between them. Moreover, the battle character's secret art had triggered 4 times his combat strength. That was why he could compete with Jin Yuan. Void-severing sword, slash! Jin Yuan roared. His glabella shone and a golden battle sword flew out, slashing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had seen Jin Xing use this move before, so he wasn't surprised. He had already prepared for it. Dragon roars resounded as 10,000 meters long 9-clawed dragon condensed above Lu Ming's head. There were 7 of them in total, and they charged toward Gold Ingot. However, after the 7th 9-clawed dragon, 2 more 9-clawed dragons appeared, making a total of 9. After this period of cultivation, especially in the Myriad God Cliff where he fought against the figures formed by the divine power of origin, Lu Ming's mystical dragon aspect art had made another breakthrough. He was now able to form 9 mystical dragon aspects at once. On top of that, the divine dragon aspect art was even more terrifying now that he had awakened the sovereign realm's origin god force. The 9 divine dragon dermas continued to attack Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan controlled the space-breaking sword to slash at the divine dragon dermas. Boom! Boom! Terrifying collisions continued to take place as the 9 nine-clawed dragons clashed with the space-severing sword. Ice chains. Immediately after, Lu Ming used the ice chains to attack Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan quickly used the space-severing hand to block, but Lu Ming held his spear and charged at Jin Yuan. Lu Ming used all his moves and forced Jin Yuan to retreat. Jin Yuan was at a disadvantage. The others were shocked. Was Jin Yuan going to lose today? This was a big deal. You want to defeat me? Impossible. Space-severing sword, 9 swords attack. Jin Yuan roared. His entire body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The space between his eyebrows was like a small sun. Clang! 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 A series of sword cries rang out as golden battle swords shot out from between Jin Yuan's eyebrows. There were 8 swords in total. Including the previous one, there were 9 swords in total. Whoosh! 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 The golden space-severing sword continuously slashed out. The sword light whistled, and its power was shocking. Lu Ming's expression changed. He continuously swung his spear to block the golden swords. Clang! 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 The golden swords continuously slashed the spear. The spear vibrated violently, and the terrifying space-severing force flowed along the spear and spread to Lu Ming's body. Cracks appeared on the green scales on Lu Ming's body, and blood seeped out. Moreover, cracks appeared on the spear in Lu Ming's hand. What a shocking power! Lu Ming frowned. His spear was a superior level, 9 divine artifact, but it could not block the power of his opponent. Kill! Jin Yuan roared. He controlled the space-severing sword and continued to slash at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one go. Ice chain. Lu Ming controlled the ice chain to fly back and shroud himself. Clang! Clang! The space-severing sword slashed at the ice chain, producing a clang and sparks. However, the ice chain was not damaged at all. Only a few marks appeared on it. It's so hard. Jin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He was shocked. The space-severing sword was said to be able to sever the void, and its destructive power was astonishing. In addition, there were 8 swords attacking at the same time. Its power was even more terrifying, but it could not cut through Lu Ming's ice chain. I don't believe it. Slash, slash, slash. Jin Yuan roared. He controlled the space-severing sword and slashed at Lu Ming crazily. However, in the end, the ice chain blocked all the attacks. Although Lu Ming was pushed back by the powerful impact, Jin Yuan could not hurt him at all. In the end, Jin Yuan even used the space-severing hand, but it was useless. Lu Ming hid in the ice chain and found time to counterattack. He attacked Jin Yuan with spear radiance. Lu Ming, what's the point of hiding in there? Fight me if you dare. Jin Yuan roared. This is my secret skill, a defensive secret skill. Is it not considered strength? Ridiculous. Lu Ming said disdainfully. Jin Yuan gritted his teeth. He was speechless. Indeed, this was Lu Ming's secret skill. It did not rely on any treasure. Whether it was an offensive secret skill, a defensive secret skill, or a speed secret skill, they were all part of one's strength. Humph, don't think that I can't break your defense. Jin Yuan's face was fierce. At this time, the 9 space-severing swords all flew back into Jin Yuan's body and merged with his body. The golden radiance on Jin Yuan's body became stronger. In the end, he turned into a golden battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming. Swoosh! The golden sword radiance illuminated the sky as if it was going to split the sky in half. The sword chi whistled and was extremely terrifying. What a powerful force! Block it! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. This should be Jin Yuan's strongest attack. Lu Ming controlled the 9 ice chain with all his strength. His divine power flowed continuously into the ice chain. Boom! Finally, the battle sword formed by Jin Yuan slashed at the ice chain. The ice chain shook violently. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The ice chain broke one by one. After a few breaths, all 9 ice chain broke. Then, the golden sword radiance slashed at Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's body was protected by the 9 layers of crimson gold armor. Even so, the 9 layers of crimson gold armor could not block the golden sword radiance. Chapter 30-29. The golden battle sword struck the 9 layers of crimson gold armor. The 9 layers of crimson gold armor could not withstand the attack and was penetrated by the sword radiance. The sword radiance struck Lu Ming's body. Fortunately, the power of the sword radiance had been reduced by 90% after being blocked by the ice chains and the 9 layers of crimson gold armor. When it struck Lu Ming's body, only 10% of its power was left. Slash! A sword wound that was more than 10 meters long appeared on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming quickly retreated. However, the sword wound was only a superficial one. Lu Ming's injury was not serious. With his strong vitality, he recovered quickly. Not far away, Gold Ingot reappeared. His aura was a little weak. It was obvious that the move had consumed a lot of his energy. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through your defense. Now, let's see what you're going to use to block my attack. Jin Yuan laughed. So what if it's broken? Idiot, this is a secret technique, not a treasure. Can't I reform it after it's broken? Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. Then, with a thought, the 9 ice chains flew out and surrounded him. Jin Yuan almost vomited blood. Now, it's my turn. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The aura on his body surged. Previously, he had let Gold Ingot attack because he wanted to see Gold Ingot's strongest killing move. He also wanted to test the defensive power of the ice chains. He had other means to fight against Jin Yuan. Third strike of extinction, star explosion. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Then, a huge spear radiance blasted toward Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan's face changed. He felt a fatal danger. Golden light shone from his body as a golden battle sword appeared on his body and covered his entire body. Hand of the Void. Jin Yuan shouted. He activated the Hand of the Void with all his might and slashed out. Boom! The golden palm struck the huge spear radiance. However, the moment the two collided, the spear radiance shattered like a star exploding. A terrifying destructive force swept toward Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan's body shook violently. He was sent flying by the powerful force. He flew for tens of thousands of meters before he could stabilize himself. At that moment, cracks had appeared on the golden battle sword on his body. Blood was constantly seeping out from the cracks. His hand was also trembling non-stop. Gold Ingot was injured by the star shatterer. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Jin Yuan stared at Lu Ming and roared furiously. His expression was extremely ferocious, like a wild beast that had gone mad. Jin Yuan's attack. Jin Yuan's Jin Yuan. An eye for an eye. Lu Ming's Lu Ming. You can only use this kind of ultimate move once at most. I don't believe that you can keep using it, Metal Origin said. Just like his previous move, although the power was extremely terrifying, the consumption of his body was also very shocking. After using that move, he had consumed a lot of his divine power. Is that so? Then open your eyes and watch. Star explosion. Lu Ming let out a long howl and his aura erupted. Another huge spear gleam charged toward Jin Yuan. Boom! The spear radiance exploded. The destructive force sent Jin Yuan flying again. This time, Jin Yuan was more seriously injured. More cracks appeared on his golden battle armor. Jin Yuan was about to roar, but Lu Ming attacked again. Another spear radiance rushed toward Jin Yuan. Indeed, the star explosion consumed a shocking amount of divine power. One move would drain all of Lu Ming's divine power. However, Lu Ming had the measure word formula. Why would he be afraid of being drained of divine power? As long as Lu Ming was free, he would inject divine power into the measure formula and store it. Therefore, Lu Ming's star explosion could be used continuously. How is this possible? Jin Yuan roared. He found it hard to accept. Then, he turned and ran. He was really scared. Lu Ming could use this kind of ultimate move continuously. Under the bombardment of such ultimate moves, if he did not run, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Swoosh! Jin Yuan turned into a golden radiance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming didn't give chase. Jin Yuan was indeed very strong. Lu Ming had the upper hand by relying on the star explosion and the ice shackles. However, if Jin Yuan was determined to escape, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Lu Ming's gaze swept toward Jin Xing, Qin Wukong, and the rest. Jin Xing, Qin Wukong, and the rest's faces paled, without a trace of blood. They never thought that one of the four heroes of the Jin clan, Jin Yuan, who had awakened the origin divine power factor, wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. They were almost scared to death when they saw Lu Ming's gaze. Go! Jin Xing roared. He turned and ran. Qin Wukong and the rest did the same. They didn't dare to stay. Did I give you permission to leave? Lu Ming said coldly. He executed the Nine Heavens Garuda technique and caught up with Jin Xing, Qin Wukong, and the rest in a few flashes. Kill! Lu Ming stabbed his spear at one of the Qin clan's prodigies. That Qin clan's prodigy was in the 9th level heavenly god realm. He was terrified and attacked with all his might. However, he couldn't resist Lu Ming at all. Pooh! The long spear pierced through the Qin clan's prodigy's forehead and killed him. Anyway, Lu Ming had already killed the elites of the Jin family and the Qin family. The Jin family and the Qin family would definitely not let him off. It did not matter if he killed one or a few of them. Naturally, Lu Ming would not let them off. After killing the Qin clan's prodigy, Lu Ming's spear attacked Qin Wukong again. I'll fight you to the death. Qin Wukong roared. He circulated his divine force and injured himself to increase the power of the 7 injuries divine fist. He then punched out with all his might. A brilliant fist energy was sent towards Lu Ming. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming said indifferently. His spear shot out like a meteor. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear pierced through Qin Wukong's fist. The fist trembled slightly before it exploded. It couldn't stop Lu Ming's attack at all. Before Lu Ming's divine force had awakened, Qin Wukong could indeed fight against Lu Ming and exchange many blows with him. However, Lu Ming's sovereign divine force had awakened the divine force. Moreover, the undying sword force had awakened to 99%. His combat strength was a few times stronger than before. Naturally, he could crush Qin Wukong easily. No, Qin Wukong shouted in fear after his fist was destroyed by Lu Ming. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Pooh! The long spear pierced through and nailed Qin Wukong in the air. No, no, no! Seeing this scene, Jin Xing roared crazily. He was almost scared to death. He used all his strength to escape. However, his speed couldn't be compared to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming caught up with Jin Xing in a few flashes. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. I'm one of the 4 prodigies of the Jin clan. If you kill me, the Jin clan won't let you off. Jin Xing roared. Now, he could only use his identity to threaten Lu Ming.